Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is my special in-studio guest, Drexel.
What's up?
And of course, with us by carrier pigeon, we have Josh from Kiwi Farms and Emspex, also of the Kiwi Farms. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome to the show. I've got some things to talk about. I've got a beef with the Kiwi Farms.
No, what now?
that we need to
It's
address.
okay. We have beef with everyone.
Yeah, well, this is very special beef because this is like a roast beef commercial or whatever.
I'm thinking of when I went to Sapporo in Japan. There were advertisements for all, like they have like specially cultivated cow there that has good marbling in the fat, and you just see advertisements for it everywhere with like perfectly marbled steak. So when you say special beef, I'm thinking of that. You're teleporting me to a foreign land, Nick.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about feeders yet, Josh, but we're gonna get to you.
I just want a nice steak. Come on now.
Yeah, sure.
Already damaging his reputation.
Yeah, this is
I'll have
defamation per se.
I'll have you know that Drexel here was not familiar with feeders. And
Really?
so I told him that
I
tonight.
have a hard time
really?
believing that, to be honest.
There was like no knowledge. Like, you know about feeders. Like, really? Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
You know, you watch like My 600-Pound Life, and the husband, if there is one, is almost always like a normal sized guy, and more
You're
often
right.
than not, they're black. I'm just saying, it's usually the black guys that want like the 600-pound.
I know. You said on this
Yes.
stream the other day that like no black guys are doing feederism, and I was like, what?
No,
You're
no,
right.
that's wrong.
No.
The black community, man.
Not
Look,
at all.
I mean, I speak for the minority of the minority, which is like,
That's a double secret minority.
is it double like secret society minority? That there's like, here's the thing: in the black community, the vast majority of the black dudes are actually pretty small.
Yeah.
Relatively, like the women ate up everything, all the government cheese, everything. They ate up everything. So yeah, so I didn't know what a feeder was. I didn't know it had a term for it. I used to just be like, who are these guys that feed these land whales? I didn't know. So when you showed me My 600-Pound Life with tuba accompanying the fat, I was like, man, do these guys have a story? And now I'm anxious to know about the whole feeder thing. And,
Well, I told.
what do you call, what are they called? The piggies?
Well, there's pay piggies.
What are the food ones?
Findom is different than feeders.
Yeah, Findom is different than feeders, but I mean there are some of the fat streamers out there who do, like, there's that one chick, she was on the Dick Show, and she only eats when someone mails her food or whatever, or sends her
What?
food.
Is she fat or thin? That begs the question.
She's giant, but she has some condition where apparently, like, if she eats a normal diet, she will just gain huge amounts of weight, and her
Now,
she
they
can
all
go.
claim to have like a bloated lymph
Thyroid
system.
problem.
Well, she does.
Yeah.
The thyroid.
She's actually, this is a terminal condition for her, apparently.
What?
Yeah, you gotta listen to that episode of the Dick Show. It was actually pretty interesting. I can't remember what her name is, but I mean, she's got some terminal condition, and she legitimately will die at some point from it. And so her quest is to be like height for poundage, the biggest eater or the biggest feeder, whatever, the biggest fatso there is. I don't know how else to put it.
I have a question for both of the other guests.
Yeah.
My question is this. So when it comes to like the whole feeding, all this thing, that this My 600-Pound Life, the question that myself and a lot of other people ask is, where do they get the money? Because, to pay for all this food, like I ate 19 steaks. Where are they getting this money from?
They're not eating steaks. They're eating
Or
McDonald's.
pizzas. Like, I see where they're hiding
Hey,
pizzas.
they just hit.
But if they're not working,
I went to Little Caesars today.
Yep.
There's like 3 pizzas for $15.
but you said you said the work to make money.
No, wrong. You have to work.
Well, right. So there's these people out
Here's
here
what
who
you
are
gotta realize about that. Like, okay, you have your hobbies, right? You go out, you do things, you go bowling or whatever, and you pay money for these things that occupy your time. Well, to get that big, you have to eat pretty much all the time. You can't have breaks. You gotta keep like if you are 600 pounds and you eat a 2,000 calorie diet, you're like your heart has to pump all that blood through all your blubber, and that will stress your heart out, and it will overwork itself, and your calorie output just from pumping your heart is going to be way higher than it should be. So to maintain that weight, you have to eat like 6,000 calories. So imagine like you eat 3 squares a day to get 2,000. You have to eat like 3 times that. So the answer to that, how do they get the money for it? They have the same money as other people, but they don't have any hobbies because their hobby is eating.
yeah.
So they just
What
spend all
you
that time
also
eating.
have to realize is that a lot of these people are getting assistance.
Well, don't worry, I know that. I know that.
But what I was telling Drexel last night, though, was that we can explain all of this because we have the feeder Overlord on the stream tonight, and you would be able to give him a firsthand experience of.
I just know things, and people get suspicious of why I know things, but I just know things. I can't help it.
Sure. Wink. Yeah, we gotcha. We gotcha, buddy. No, okay. So here's why I've got you guys on the show. Actually, I do have a policy that I implemented where I read $20 super chats right away, and there's one. So I'm gonna hit that real quick, and then we'll go into it. Siren Jag says, as it turns out, Geppetto was living inside Ren's stomach, safe and sound the whole time.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, okay. So I asked you guys to come on because of some very, very troubling things going on at the Kiwi farms. And my good name is being dragged through the mud. And so I came on to reprimand you, Josh, for running an evil doxing website.
Yes. Well, I didn't answer to the New Zealand Inquisition, but I will answer to the Minnesota Inquisition.
Right, the Minnesota one, much more
that's
powerful.
more relevant.
Unironically more powerful and terrifying than New Zealand is Minnesota. But no, so I've heard you have no idea what's going on. But there's I've been covering this story about Vic Mignogna since it kind of started. And over the weekend, a cosplayer by the name of Dominique Sky was doxxed on your website, and I demand retribution. I demand you take it down.
He wants me fired.
Yeah, you gotta fire M as well.
Yeah, M is like the overseer of like the girly things on the site. She got her start moderating. Well, she got her start moderating the beauty parlor, which was an idea I had. See, I'm conniving, right? So I said, okay, look, we want to grow. Why do we want to grow? I don't make any money off the site. It costs me more money to have more people on the site, but we want to grow just because that's just how it is. So it's like, okay, we have all these different forums and websites all over. You got Pretty Ugly Little Liar, you got Little Cow Farm, and then you have what's the other one? The third one.
I have no idea.
M should know.
Other than local farm and poll,
there's a third one.
Is there?
Is it one of the Chan boards?
All I know is poll and snow are the main ones.
There's another one, but the point is that there's a huge demand. See, on 4chan, and this is where the whole locale thing got its start, is that each board usually had its locale. Each, like Chris Chan came from the video game board, and then you had Ben Garrison from Poll, and TG, or not TG, what's the fashion board has all these different cosplayers they make fun of.
Reset Era.
But, no.
This was before Reset Era.
There's another one which is like fashion related and cosplay related. But they had all these people, and the mods on fashion were like, okay, you can't make fun of these cosplayers anymore. You got to keep e-drama out. So where do you go then? So they made their own, they made locale.farm, and they made Pull, and they made a bunch of other ones, right? And they're kind of disenfranchised. So it's like, I'll make a girl board and make it a kind of a nebulous concept where you can talk about things other than drama, and kind of rope in all the people from all these different sites. And that was mostly successful. The websites that I was hoping to get traffic from did come over, and they like some of the features that the site has that they don't have on their sites, and they like the hands-off administration approach, because usually the admins on these sites are very they use that kind of influence to benefit themselves in some way. And I don't even know anything about this stuff, so I really have nothing to gain from having all these weirdos on my forum. But I like it. I just like it. It's just my thing. So
yeah, nothing to gain.
Oh, I think you might be talking about You Talk Trash.
yes, that's it.
Okay.
But so I was successful, and I got the good users from these boards, and like people were telling me, like, you've essentially ruined these websites because you've taken the best posters from there. And as people started to leave, the staff got really jealous and started getting possessive, and of course that just alienates people more because they don't want to stick around for that shit, right? And Poll, Pretty Ugly Little Liar, I've been told, is now the remnants of what it used to be before my concerted efforts to take people away from these sites. And that's why, from what I've seen, because I have seen little tidbits of how they're reacting to things, and it's just like you're not acting like a website in this sphere should be. You're acting like, like Reset Era, even though they're completely divorced from Genesis's.
Yeah, well, I mean, thank you for sorry. Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I was about to say, that's what's funny is that a lot of people, because of this Weeb Wars thing, have been talking about, oh, it's going to be Kiwi Farms versus Poll. And I was like, that already happened.
Yeah, we won.
We won that war a long time ago.
Poll is the saddest place on the internet.
What is Poll?
Poll is a website called Pretty Ugly Little Liars. And they pride themselves on being like the Mean Girls, like the movie The Mean Girls, of the internet. So they will pick I guess a celebrity or something, and they'll like make fun of them or whatever. But they have a bunch of rules at the same time. Like, so if you can't post a counter thought, like any counter thought to the prevailing wind of the thread is considered white knighting, and that's against the rules. So you can't.
So what they're trying to be like the thought police.
They're the thought police.
Yeah, the thought police.
Yeah, it's this weird. It's a weird place. It's very. I mean, they're. If you go read like through the forum on Pretty Ugly Little Liars, like they're a defeated heap of people, and it's
obviously
it's.
Well, come on, man. Obviously,
it's a sad place. No, so well, there's a chat here that's kind of on point. The Orange Cow says Drexel, Josh is lying. He has a list of patented feeder tips. But then the next one, Pharaoh Owen says the third doxing site is Onion Farms. I don't know if that's a real thing.
Oh Jesus!
Okay, I'm.
Last Wednesday.
Speaking of Onion Farms.
Yeah, last Wednesday I did a stream on somebody called Kingle, who was an avid fan of mine, and he at some point wanted to make a rival site to the Kiwi Farms called the Onion Farms. And he's just a fantastic walking joke, and I appreciate that super chat. That was very funny.
Null not Null. Nick has been contacted by Kingle, actually.
Oh, you
have I?
Right.
Yeah, I asked you a super chat question about it once, asking what Kingle wanted to talk to you about, and you wouldn't answer.
Oh yeah. That's right. That guy did contact me.
I don't think you can legally say what he was.
No. That was one where I definitely cannot disclose the contents of that email. So, unfortunately, because it'd probably be funny.
The whole I can't tell you what it's about. You can kind of infer from that what he was asking.
He wants to sue someone, doesn't he?
Someone.
I couldn't tell you.
I'm wondering who.
I wonder who.
I couldn't tell you at all. You will have to draw your own conclusions. Okay, so Stand With Vic says, would you ever be the Orca's pay pig for an entire month in return for unlimited tax-free purchases for life, plus having memory erased? No. The Orca is Renfamous.
Noel has talked to her before.
What was that?
Oh,
Null has talked to her before.
I've briefly had an exchange with her, and it was because I had no fucking clue who she was, and like she was mad at me for some reason. I'm just like, lady, I don't even know you.
Was she
She was
mad
actually mad
because
because
her
Nick-
information ended up on your doxing forum?
Probably. It was so long ago. I think Ems knows. She keeps. Oh, Ems, do you know what she was mad about?
I know why she was mad at you. Well, she was mad at Nick because he had you on, and so she did her thing. Well, Nick Rekieta has on Null of notorious doxing website Kiwi Farms,
Of
and
course.
you responded to that, and she didn't realize who you were, that you were Null.
Oh yeah,
And
that was great. That was on Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh, I have something. So the thrust of this and why I have you guys on is because I have been implicated. And I'm hoping that we can kind of clear the air here, that I am very much disapprove of this. So Vic Mignogna has hired a law firm, Beard Harris, Bullock and Hughes, out of Tyler, Texas. Ty Beard has been on my show a couple times.
We love you, Ty.
He has expressed gratitude to the farms on several occasions for archiving information and making things very accessible. However, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say, I wonder how many like professional services have leveraged their work off of the site. Now that I think about it, it's probably been a lot. Probably a lot more than you would think. Like government agencies and lawyers and stuff dealing with litigation have probably pulled archives of things off the site, like many
sure.
times.
And even if they didn't, they probably residually received archives that were made by people on the farms.
Yeah.
Like whether they got it from the farms or it was passed around somewhere else. But
it's a crazy thought.
But we have been slandered and defamed by various people on Twitter who have said that I am colluding with Ty Beard and forcing the Kiwi Farms to dox, harass, and intimidate people. And
which I take umbrage of, because if this was a coordinated effort, my checks got lost in the mail.
Well, yeah, no shit. Where's my cut of a weed war of the $100,000 pie? Come on now.
Yeah, well, and I don't even get a cut of it, which I find to be unfair.
Ty needs to pony up those lawyer wages.
But here, so Ty, I told Ty about this. I said, Ty, I talked to him today. The Ty, we have been actually implicated in this horrific doxing and harassment campaign that's going on Kiwi Farms, and they say that we're directly involved in it, which of course I'm hoping you'll clarify is obviously not true. But Ty, he said he had to go to bed tonight, but he did send me a very specific message for Kiwi Farms in the form of a picture, which I'm going to show to you now, if you don't mind. So here comes that picture. So this is what Ty of Kiwi Farms had to, or Ty, not of Kiwi Farms, Ty had to say about Kiwi Farms.
Oh, shit. You almost let it slip there.
Yeah.
Wait, what does it say? Is that up on the screen?
Oh, yeah. You can't see it, can you?
No.
Here. Let me. Seriously. Oh, I hate Windows. I can't show you. Just a minute. I'll show you in a second.
Oh. Oh, man.
But yeah,
gratification.
let me take it off this for a second. There. So yeah, that was Ty's message for the farms there. I hope everybody got to see that just fine. But no. So can you clear this up for me, Josh or M, whoever? How does directing the farms go? Josh, you run it. So they're all your employees, basically.
Directing, like, I assume they're asking about somebody else outside the forum directing the site. How does that usually go? It goes very poorly.
Well, I mean, you have control over them, though, right? Like you.
No, God, no. I describe it. It's like herding a bunch of feral cats that piss and shit all over the place and like claw your eyes out if you try to like touch them. It's like, you know, as a loving cat lady myself, you know, I just have to like lay food out and hope that they go to it.
Yeah. So well, Em, as a moderator, you're a
Oh,
moderator
God.
over there, right?
Yes. Well, I'm an admin.
An admin. I got to get the
I'm
tech.
the,
All right,
which
so it's
means I'm the
admin.
gayest moderator.
So you're an admin over there. How much control does someone have? Well, I mean, you clearly you're the puppet master then, right? As an,
Oh, of
what do you mean?
course.
As an admin, you don't have control over what people do on Kiwi Farms?
I mean, I try not to use my control, I guess. It's a fine line between letting people do what they want and say what they want, and also not just like shitting all over the place and derailing threads and stuff like that.
Right. That's what I would do if I were on there. And I don't. That's the funny thing. Like, I don't even have a Kiwi Farms. I don't even have a Kiwi Farms account. So if there's something that I would like to communicate, I have to do it by proxy to someone.
You
Like,
could
I
always
have.
get an account.
I would not dare associate myself with such villainous scum. Drexel,
Oh man,
my sterling. Do you hear
your
this?
sterling reputation.
They're trying to. I'm like the most beautiful pile of Teflon you've ever seen, and they're trying to get stuff to stick to me. This is
Sell your
setup.
good name. You know, well, here's the thing. I'm listening to Em and Josh, and it's just interesting to hear like these different takes of like different random peeps and like with the doxing. Do you guys feel that doxing and like this whole new fake outrage trigger culture is basically one and the same? Like the reason, like the type of people who want to dox are the people who are like fake outraged about everything. Do you feel that way, Josh and him?
No, I think that getting doxxed is the perfect thing to start crying about. Because it's sort of like,
Mhm.
if you want to pull a Jesse Smollett, right, and you want to get upset about something, you want to have people pay attention to you and look like the victim of something.
Mhm.
Like, there is actual physical violence, there's destruction of property, there's lots of terrible things that can happen to somebody that can give them a reason to be a professional victim. But doxing is something that a lot of people will sympathize with, but has no negative impact on your life. As far as I know, the only person who has ever been visited by people that they do not welcome as a result of being doxed
Is
is
you.
me. I don't think anybody else has ever been like has had people go to their house like as a result of internet drama to be talked to about that internet drama besides me. And even then it's like I'm not gonna cry about it, but people that's the thing is that you get doxxed and you can say, look, they're hosting my information on the site, they're truly terrible. If you support this person who they support, you're also terrible, and I am a victim as a result of this action. And the benefit of that is that, again, nothing has happened to you. You are perfectly fine. All your shit's in one place, exactly where you left it. Your doors are untampered with. You're not in fear of your life, but you have a great rallying cry. And a lot of people take advantage of that. And the first ones I remember are like Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu has been going on for like 6 years now about how they fought Gamergate. They're still politically campaigning on this concept that they fought the alt-right through Gamergate. So, people are crazy and people just need to get over it.
Well, but here's the thing that you're saying
We
that
had.
doxing. Oh, go ahead, Em.
Oh, I was about to say, there's literally like trannies on Twitter now every day coming out and being like, I was doxxed on Kiwi Farms, like, please help. And you go and search for them on Kiwi Farms, and we have nothing on them. Like, no one has talked about them.
So it's just starving for attention, then? You think, Em?
Well,
Yeah,
no, because they
it's
include their PayPal link.
Yeah. It's always
Attention
about the
don't pay
money.
the bills, Drexel.
Well, so Josh, here's my question though. When you explain how people are, saying that, other than yourself, of course, that doxing doesn't have much of an impact, then why do you think so many people want to be like internet anonymous? You know what I'm saying? Like anonymity is like everything on the internet, regardless
Social
if you have a
repercussions.
channel or if you're just someone commenting. Everyone has avatars instead of who they really are.
It's the social implications of or the repercussions, because it's like if you are somebody who is very vocal online, the first thing that either side, really, either political side wants to do when they don't like something you say is fuck with your income. I don't know why that is,
Correct.
but you can see that with Nick all the time. Like the first thing people do when they don't like him is say, I'm going to write the Minnesota Ethics Commission about this. Like, no, they don't give a shit, obviously, but you have to like evaluate their intent. And their intent is, I don't like this person, so I'm going to make it so that they are financially crippled as a result of me not liking them. And that
Correct.
is like, it's a thing that both sides tend to do. So for the same reason that anonymity has always been valuable, it's a shield from political and social repercussions. It's not. You can say that that's at odds with saying that there's nothing wrong with doxing, but when I say that, I mean that you're not going to die as a result. Like people aren't going to come kill you. People are lazy; they're not going to do that. But you're going to have to live with your repercussions. But even if you are somebody who is an advocate of anonymity, and I consider myself such, the first thing I tell people is don't do anything anonymous, quote unquote, that you wouldn't want actually tied to your identity, because there's always a chance that it can happen. Whether or not doxing is legal, if a government's after you, they're still going to hold you to the fire for things that you've done while anonymous if they uncover that.
Correct.
Yeah. And that's really, really good advice is, you can enjoy anonymity and people should. And actually, maybe that's the object lesson of doxing is that it's amazing. I'm hoping we can use at least a little bit of Dominique Sky as a case study on this doxing and talk about, what people should be doing if they want to engage in this activity and remain anonymous. Now, Dominique Sky clearly does not want to remain anonymous. Right. So there's a difference here. Like this isn't a person who's, has
a pseudonym.
Yeah. XX Game Raper 22XX.
Yeah.
Who's out there.
Sky is a pseudonym. That's not her real last name.
Well, right. But like she's she's out in public. She clearly wants to drive attention to at least the Dominique Sky handle. I mean, it'd be like me coming up with a pseudonym, but then going online every day and talking like I do, just without Ricada Law. But right. But if I picked some other pseudonym and came out and talked every day, like I'd be trying to get attention to me. And if I'm, her and posting pictures of me and my kid in cosplay, I mean, she wants that attention at some level. And so, I mean, the doxing of it it's a different level, right? Than going and exposing someone who's completely anonymous, in my opinion. That's my humble.
I mean, we do that too.
Well, yeah, I get it.
But it's usually information that's public. It's just your voting records and shit in the phone book and information that corporations sell. Like people wonder what Spokio is. Have you ever looked up Spokio and found yourself and got really intimidated by that? The way that Spokio works is that they buy creditor information from the three big companies, and then they amalgamate that together into a sort of online phone book. Right. So the tools the primary tool is some people get really clever, but really the most common tools are just government records that are all public and creditor information, which is all public. You can probably find your social security number online now because of the recent hack in the credit bureaus. And now to the people in chat were like, if you get swatted, you can die.
Swatted isn't the same as doxing, though.
No, that is an actual crime, and it's a crime for a reason. But the thing is, you don't need to dox somebody to swat them. You can give a pseudonym. You can give a real name. Like when Mundane Matt sent the federal police over to Keemstar's house, he just said it was Keemstar. He didn't know where exactly Keemstar lived, but the government knows where Keemstar lives, and then they pay him a visit. So if you're really upset about swatting, and you're upset about the fact that people will come over to your house on an anonymous phone call and shoot your dog and potentially kill you if they see something in your hand, you should be really more upset at the fact that we have a militarized police that can drop fucking army troopers into your house in under 30 minutes, no matter where you live, off bullshit information. I think you're taking your anger out on the wrong people.
Yeah, well, and like if you hate dogs and you're want them flashbanged, you can do that too, right? Ian Miles Chong. That's not a joke. I think that actually happened. But yeah, there's a point to be made there, and that's actually something that kind of bothered me about the recent case with the swatting. You know, the guy who did the swatting where the guy did get killed, and the guy got 20 years. And Drexel and I were talking about this last night. Like, the cops have some level of culpability in this. It's very convenient to immediately blame the swatter for the fact that a police officer somewhere pulled a trigger on someone. But at some level, we are still talking about police who react to these types of calls with an insane level of violence. And I'm not saying that the cop should be guilty or something in that particular case, but it does raise a question, right? Like, who's showing up fully armed and loaded for bear, and who's pulling a trigger? But you know, personally, I think swatting should be punished with attempted murder statutes myself.
Yeah, I would agree.
But yeah, it's a weird sort of ethical conundrum here, because you want cops to respond to credible information, but at the same time, like, so many of these things are turning out to be hoaxes, and people are in real danger from it. They need to modify it.
When the heat started getting up around me, I actually went to my police station and said, look, I live here and I do internet stuff and people don't like me. So if you get a call saying that I'm making a bomb or something, you know, you have to do your job. You have to come over, but please don't shoot my dog. That's all I'm asking for. And both times they came over,
they shot your dog.
Right.
They made sure they knew that dog was a threat because I alerted them about it. No, both times they came over, they did not actually like break in. It was the FBI, but they just like walked up to, like, the first time they caught my mom walking the dog, so I guess the dog was safe then because she was there. But the second time they just knocked, like they rang the doorbell and said, like, look, we have this email and we need what you can give about this email, or we're gonna have to subpoena it. So it's like, okay. And you know, that's that. So like, I know Keemstar said he went to the police. He went to the local FBI branch when his information got out there. It's like, look, I do this internet shit. And really, if your information is out there and you're afraid of that, like, from what I've seen, it's been successful. They put a little footnote on your address, like, don't shoot the dog here. Probably not going to bite you.
Hey, Josh, I got a question for you. Do you think that more internet personalities should go with the proactive action, which would be, like you said, if you think that, you know, you have haters out there, that you just go to the law enforcement yourself saying, hey, I live here, this is my internet username, whatever, you know, this is how people, you know, so if you get that call, like, just being more proactive as opposed to being reactive.
From what I've heard, it's had a very high success rate. It worked for me, and it worked for Keemstar, because Keemstar said that, but it's been multiple people. Jordy Jordan, the Wings of Redemption guy, who he has a massive cult of people who just fucking hate the guy.
Yeah,
and he said he went to the police and warned them.
What was that?
This guy named Wings of Redemption. He was one of the early, like, Call of Duty streamers or something, right? On Twitch.
Yeah. He was one of the first people who got really big streaming Call of Duty, and like, nowadays people just fucking hate him and hate watch the shit out of him. And he has people who do legit criminal things to try and screw him over because he's not making mistakes as much anymore. And when he got doxxed, and you know, these people were screwing with him in ways that were criminal, he just went to the police and said, look, you know, I'm an online streamer and I'm afraid of getting spotted. And he says when the call comes in, you know, they just knock on the door and like, hey, you know, we got this call, we got to check it out. And nothing bad happens.
Okay, so Josh, I got a question for you, because that begs the opposite question, which would be, if there is a lot of attention on, you know, like you said, with doxing, and they're going after the guy who is, or girl who's you know, like you know, they're going to that person's house, right? Like, this person's making a bomb, this person's doing X, Y, and Z. Why is there not the same attention paid to the person who's making that call, right?
Oh, because
that's a good question.
The people who send in that information.
Like, just a quick little insight is my brother got, by definition, swatted before swatting was a thing back in 2006, 4th of July weekend. His crazy ex-girlfriend called the cops saying that he was going to kill her, kill himself, and he was, you know, a danger to everybody, and, you know, you're a black Army veteran, so that's all in the suburbs, and that's all they need to know. And they actually sent SWAT in an L perimeter in my neighborhood. And
this is like a town. I can't explain, like the place where we grew up in the suburb of the Twin Cities. We're talking 98.5% white.
No violent crime. Very, very low violent crime. Maybe like domestic. You don't know much about that.
And we're talking, I mean, the majority of that town is upper middle class.
Correct. Yeah, upper middle class.
And then there's trailer park. There's literally like you have a trailer park, and then you have a bunch of homes that are now,
$800,000, like
$300,000 to $800,000.
Correct.
In current market. So you're talking upper middle class for almost the entire community, and then that one trailer park where those kids came from.
Yeah, those kids.
And this swatting happens in this like quiet suburban neighborhood.
Nothing town. And it looked like straight up an action movie, like literally.
Didn't they like helicopter dudes in
dudes in. These are family friends that told us this, right? They're like, yeah, it literally looked like a movie. In armored cars, they got the armored SWAT van.
They do the brick phone through the window.
The brick phone through the window. Infiltrated, they went and infiltrated like the whole section, blocked it off. Like I said, formed an L perimeter. And the whole time my brother was playing Final Fantasy 12 on the couch. Yeah. So he basically got swatted, but yet they never addressed the person who's making these bogus calls. See what I'm saying? It seems like we never go after the person who's accusing. Like I think, I'm not even one of those Bible guys, but like I think that's his original name in the Bible. Like Lucifer is considered like the accuser, right?
Yeah.
He's called the accuser because usually what was accusing is...
Well, before we get crazy out here, there are several devil figures in the Bible, and they get mixed up in English quite a bit. But Lucifer is one of the angels, and his job is to be the accuser. This comes around in Job, but the serpent, for example, in Genesis is also supposed to be Satan, although that's never stated, because the Satan character comes in way later. Very complicated stuff going on there. But yeah.
But that basic nature, like the idea that someone is pointing a finger saying, go after them, go after them, go after them. And no one ever seems to question that person. Like when someone's pointing a finger, get the whole story right before you go and, pull out guns and shoot people. Like, wait a minute. Who's making this call? Is this a credible source? Because if a private citizen were to make calls and dox a public official right now, right? A senator, a governor, they're not going to take that call seriously, right? They're going to go after the private citizen, right?
Yeah, you probably.
You see what I'm saying? Like, no one's going to believe that your senator is going to kill up a bunch of people, but yet then they will go after me or whoever the caller would be, right? Yeah,
the thing is two private citizens, and there have been a lot of convictions for swatting by stupid kids. There was a big story where two people got into a fight on Call of Duty, and one doxed and swatted the other guy, and then they just said, "Who would do this to you?" And there's like probably XX gay killer XX69 on Call of Duty, and it was like, okay, well, we'll check it out. And then I guess they could corroborate that, and he got put in jail for like attempted murder. He got a really he got like a ridiculous fucking charge leveled against him. For what he did, and it's just that I don't think you hear about it. Number one. Number two, the information that they will work with is often anonymous, like completely anonymous. They don't require you to validate or back up or associate an identity with the information in any way, shape, or form before they act on it. And you got to think, it's like if you call in like a shooting at like a mosque. You say, like, look, the nearby mosque, I'm hearing gunshots. I'm hearing gunshots and screaming. Like they're not gonna. It doesn't matter if it's anonymous or not. You think they're gonna wait half an hour, like they did in New Zealand, before sending people in so they can corroborate that information?
Oh, that was low.
Gonna send one guy over to check and see if they actually hear any noises before they send them the SWAT team. Like, no, they're gonna. By the time that information's read, within minutes, there's gonna be fucking helicopters. There's gonna be armored vans. Like, there's gonna be at the FBI office. I imagine they have those little firefighter poles where they hear the bell and they run down and put on like their armored belts and shit and get into the van. Like they're not. No, you just can't. It's a very difficult question to ask. Like, how do you mitigate fraud? Because on one hand, you have to be as fast as humanly possible, but on the other hand, you have to exercise restraint, and that's a difficult fucking stack to balance.
You know what I think needs to happen, Nick, and you and I have talked about this, where one of the I'm sure Em and Josh can also agree, is that one of the ways to have a civilized society is deterrence. So how do you deter people from these bogus calls? I truly believe that to have it both ways. Someone makes a call, and yes, you have a militarized force to check on the situation, not with their finger on the trigger, obviously, but to check, right? If they find out it was bogus, then whoever makes that call should be incurring all the charges, right? To send out SWAT, because that's not cheap.
They should get restitution.
They should get restitution because now let me ask you something, Josh. Imagine if you're somebody who gets mad at someone on Call of Duty, and you SWAT them. SWAT shows up and they find out this person is just, I don't know, playing a game, or just even if it's the wrong person or just whatever, right? They're not a threat. You should get a bill. And then what kind of bill do you think SWAT would give you?
It's huge.
You see what I'm saying?
I had a buddy who had a case where a kid was jumping off a bridge where it said no diving from the bridge, over like a stream or a lake or something. And he was jumping in, and he had made some post on Twitter or whatever, I'm gonna end it all, smiley, smiley, smiley.
Oh god.
And he posts that, and somebody saw it and reported it as a suicide's about to happen. So they send in, this is a small town, so they send in everything, yeah. And they've got helicopters and ambulances and stuff. This kid had to pay. He was found guilty of hoaxing a suicide. Yep. And then he had to pay restitution, and it was $60,000.
But as I'm saying, that would deter the average person, whoever's doing these calls, they probably don't have $60,000 to spare, right? So could you imagine if that became the new norm, where someone says, "Oh, no, don't worry, you make that call, we will converge on that location for that person. However, we find out it's not what you say it is. You're eating the cost and then some, and you're facing criminal charges." All of a sudden, people say, "Wait. Maybe just because I lost in Call of Duty or Fortnite, I shouldn't make that call." You see, that would be the deterrent.
Well, the issue is still that the sender is usually anonymous. It's it doesn't matter. You can make the penalty the death penalty. If they go over there and there's nothing there, they're just going to reroute the SWAT team to your house to kill you.
But here's the thing, though. If someone makes the call in, you look at. I know people who work in the government sector, right? And if they want to find you, if you're making a call, they can trace you.
Well, the information, what they usually do is that they're online and they use a VPN, and then they go to a website through the VPN, and the sender is behind 7 proxies using Tor.
Correct.
And he's just filling out a form on the internet, and there's no way to trace that.
Yeah, it gets complicated. It's interesting. It's one of the few places where government is so far behind what's easily accessible to people.
Send child support. If you want to find somebody, real talk. Oh, we don't know where Bin Laden is. Send child support. This person is flee the country. Send child support. They'll find them.
The county services attorney.
County services. Hey, trust me. Hey, Josh, real talk, man. If you want to find anybody, send child support. They will find you. You're another country, another alias. Don't worry, they got you.
Hold on, I got a couple chats to get to. I got to finish this one by Stand with Vic. Said, how do guys get into Findom, and do they ever have regular lives? Asking for a friend. Do you guys have any idea? I have no idea how someone gets into Findom. That sounds like the worst life I can imagine.
Yeah, that does sound pretty awful. But I don't know. It's weird to me that there are sexual fetishes that become lifestyles. And my thought is always that if you're the kind of person who has to replace hobbies and fun-faring activity with your extended sexual fetish universe, you're probably very boring. You know what I mean? You don't have anything else going on, so you just got to replace all that shit with creepy sex stuff.
Now, I watched a documentary thing on the Findom thing, and those guys were swearing up and down that it wasn't sexual.
That's even worse.
Wait, documentary.
That's legit worse.
I mean, I don't remember what it was. It might have been a YouTube thing too. Like we're using a very loose definition of documentary. We're using a cosplay
research
definition
purposes.
of documentary here. No, this guy's like, no, it's not. He was very open. I don't get sex as a reward.
So why is he doing it?
Well, I mean, he was swearing up and down that he wasn't busting out the nitrite gloves and some Lubriderm or whatever. But I mean, we can imagine.
Yeah, you don't want to be out there jerking like that, man. Yeah, that's sad. So okay, but did he give an answer though?
He said it wasn't sexual at all.
But what was his? Because remember, men are the logical creatures, right?
He just
apparently
liked being being under her control or whatever,
and spending his money at her at her whim, right? Like it just
like she
on a whim. She just like spend money on this.
She literally would call him at like 4 a.m. and be like, "Baby, I need some wings," and he would go get them and bring them to her house.
There is nothing more sexual than chicken wings,
right? Hold on, Olive Garden.
Oh yeah, you got that. Russell Greer, Olive Garden.
Olive Garden, man.
That's how you prime that.
Okay, can I just?
you interrupted a massive firefight about what fast food is the most sexual, but yes, go ahead.
What's up,
no, you go ahead because you're the expert on that.
It would be the cheesy biscuits from Red Lobster.
Oh, those are aphrodisiacs. I'll say that 100%.
You could go with that. I think chicken and waffles, like sliders, is the worst name ever for a food. Like, hey mate, hey, you want to go get in the mood? Yeah, what you got, Daddy?
We got that White Castle.
We got them sliders. We about to slide. Daddy's about to slide in with these sliders. All of a sudden, it ain't sexy no more.
With all that onion patty.
Patty. It's like the thickness of a fingernail. You know what I'm saying? That's grimy.
Em, what were you going to say? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I am just getting harassed on Discord in Kiwi Farms. My girl, Casual Seppuku, go to bed, bitch. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
There you go. Okay, there's a couple chats to get through. Blaine20 says M has a cute laugh. Heart.
Oh,
that was nice.
Thank you.
Mithrin Emrys says Ron believes someone is guiding it because that is how she operates. No wrong think is allowed. Oh, Ren, not Ron. Wow, poor Ron. R.I.P. that guy. No wrong think is allowed. So she cannot conceive of people gathering information on their own initiative. It defies logic to her because she is a shill. Ian Conant says Mr./Mrs. Ron Toye was written on a legal document. We all need to remember that, I think. Cree Rose says Andy Worski, Ethan Ralph, Joy Sparkles BS, Tonka Saw, Vamp Candy, to name a few, had police sent to their home because of Kiwi docs.
Oh.
But I still love you, Josh. Wink, wink. Did you need to respond to that, Josh?
Wait, who?
A lot of people, apparently.
Andy Worski, Ethan Ralph, Joy Sparkle BS.
Oh, no. Don't wrap us into that IBS shit. That was going on way before a lot of those people even had active threads.
Well, and
I think that's a whole other cancer.
Yeah, well, I think what the argument is, and I'm not 100% sold on this argument though, is that if the docs is out there, then someone can use it for nefarious purposes. But I mean, I think you guys have been of the opinion in stating some relevant examples that you don't need a dox to SWAT someone or to get police to their house.
You don't.
No, and the thing is like if the threat is that somebody's gonna kill you because they know where you live, like that's so random. Like there's people living next door to you. Like if you want to kill somebody, you don't have to like go out of state for that shit. There's many local targets that you can go for. I don't buy the whole serial killer thing. I don't buy the whole stalker thing.
Well, I'm just
I don't buy the whole if somebody is like hates you so much, they're so obsessed with you, they're stalking you, like they want to do you harm.
Yeah,
I tended to believe that somebody that crazy is gonna find a way to get your information.
Yeah, somebody who wants to kill you can't find out where you are. If a bunch of fucking retards on some shitty website can find out where you live, guess what?
Hey.
Your stalker with malicious intent can find out where you live. I promise you, it's not that hard. It's like 4 or 5 different things that people use to dox. It's the easiest goddamn thing in the world. It's not special.
DM me where I can mail the tombstone because you just got annihilated.
I know. Fuck you, Null.
Hey, no, I'm speaking inclusively. It's not,
Okay.
I'm not throwing shade. I am the shade.
Jose M says people can use Skype or burner online phone number as a means of doing a SWAT call. That's true. You were talking about that behind all the proxies.
Yep.
Ian Conant says Minnesota represent. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Nice.
Okay, so would you be willing within whatever bounds you think is necessary to talk about? Because you on the I joked last night, but I think it's a running joke on the farms, at least in the Vic Mignogna thread, that you are the taker of skulls, right? Because you
Yes,
have the
I love Damien. He started a meme about it.
Yeah, and
first I was the
outdid
collector of
the
skulls,
meme.
and then I became the Doxamon master.
Yeah, the Doxamon master. Gotta dox them all.
That's a thing. That's a hashtag.
No, I mean it was.
Oh.
No,
It's a meme now on Kiwi Farms.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But so it's got a Pokedex and then the face of everybody who's been doxxed, right? That's
okay. Yeah.
That's what's going on now. And again, I think this is an important distinction. These are not people who are anonymous being exposed. These are people who are public in some capacity and have specifically inserted themselves into a very public argument, right? Like this would be, well, I mean, this kind of happened to me the other week, although the other side isn't very good at it. People brought up my business address and were posting pictures of my office, which to them, like, and they were doing it in retaliation for me having an address of some other lawyer, like his office address on my show, because he sent an ethics complaint about me probably a year ago. Yeah, Kevin Landui.
It's got to get old, like.
Yeah, but so he has a mailing address in New York. It's not even a real address. It's one of those Regis offices. Okay. Because their main office is in Michigan, but they do business in New York. So they have a renta office that you can send mail to. And
from what I remember is that the address he has is very fancy, and there's no way he actually has an office there. So it's just
like 45 Rockefeller Plaza. Like, yeah, there's.
It's like there is an office there, but it's like one Chinese lady with like 10,000 different addresses registered there in PO boxes.
It's honestly a mailroom, and tons of places will have an address there, and they sort it all out, and you can go. Because if you're not, renting an office in Manhattan, it's going to cost you a fortune, right? So I had that up briefly. So then people, of course, like dox my work address, and they're posting my office location, which I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. But that would be like me coming out and complaining that I, who am commenting very publicly on this stuff, am now being dragged into it. So I wanted to make it clear that these are not like random anonymous people being doxxed or people who've made one statement on the subject. These are people actively participating in a very public discussion and in very, very inflammatory ways. So, would you be willing to walk us through a little bit, at least, about Dominique's case? Because I found it very interesting when I was looking at what was going on there, and the truth about where that information is and where it kind of came from. So I don't know if you'd be willing.
Okay. You just want like me to walk through how I doxed her, or?
Yeah, and talk about where that information, because I think people think that there's some like elite hacker scene from Swordfish. With your like 17 monitors and your one crappy keyboard and mouse, and you're like for some reason throwing stuff all over the place and compiling information in a spider's web. But it's not. It's never that complicated.
No, it's not. Most of the time, I've never done a dox that complicated. No. So Dominique's guy has public profiles She has a public Twitter, although she did lock it down for a while, but she unlocked it before this happened. And she has a public Instagram, and she has public Facebook pages. And her husband has a public Facebook page that she links to from her Facebook page. And his name is his Facebook handle. You know, you just look at it and it's there. And I knew that Sky is not her last name. Even if I didn't have confirmation for that, I knew it because there's just no way. But so I had her husband's name, and I had their marriage date because she has that listed on her Facebook. You know, when she links to his, because it says I am married to so and so on this day. And, you know, she's come out and said publicly that she lives in Texas. So all I did was look up Texas marriage records for that day with her husband's name, and there it is, her name. And from there, it's, you know, Texas is a state that posts a lot of public information, but a lot of public records, including property records. So I was able to find her address through public property records and confirm it from, even if I didn't have that, she's posted a lot of pictures from inside her house and stuff like that. And just basically, it's like a game, it's like a puzzle. It's all the pieces are there. You just have to put it together.
Sure.
It's not hacking. It's not
it's more like
stalking.
what's that game with like the numbers? I want to say seppuku, but I know it's Sudoku.
Sudoku.
That's
It's not
Sudoku.
seppuku. Come
It's
on.
like Sudoku. You have the thing.
Seppuku is a game.
You have the piece of paper. You have a couple numbers in there, and you can logically fill out the entire thing if you look for it. That's all it is.
Yeah,
It's not magic.
That's what it is. You know, I think there are certain people out there with different perspectives on doxing or whatever. Like, I mean, me, for example, I mean, my information's available on a very public search, right? Like you can find quite a bit about me because I'm a lawyer, so I'm publicly registered. I have a public license. Dominique's a registered nurse, and she has talked about that at length, and you can find information about her from that as well. So there's some people out there with public stuff, and it's something that people need to consider when you're going to talk online about something, is that someone eventually is gonna look for you. It's a numbers game.
Correct.
And not even, no one has to like or dislike anything, right? Like that's not the point of this show, is not to agree or disagree, but it's to dispel some of the rumor and myth out there, because I do think people believe that that there's some sort of like really like you're hacking into a chiropractor office or something who's got their information and trying to take it. Funny story, we grew up with a guy who was a chiropractor, who became a chiropractor.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
The big O?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Do you know that my mom praised him? Was like, you guys need to be more like him. He has this. Next thing you know, the feds.
Yeah. This guy, he was going to the mall, right? He's a chiropractor, and he was setting up a table, and he would take information down, and then he would go and open these like medical access credit accounts on behalf of people without their consent, and then just run the bill up on those through his practice. He thought no one would catch him.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
They got
him.
him.
I don't think he ever served time, though. White privilege.
Yeah. White privilege and white collar privilege.
No, seriously. Like,
yeah.
I mean, you look at the crime he did, right? That's a federal crime that you're taking people's money, because now it's wired across state lines. It's federal wire fraud, right? You look at what this guy is doing. These people did not give him consent to go ahead and take their information down and make those payments, right?
Yeah.
He did it to multiple. So each time you do it, that's a new count. You know, so if someone said, how many counts of wire fraud? They would say, every single person times every single transaction is a count.
I think he pled it out.
Of course he did. I mean, your lawyer tells you, yeah, plead. And yet, I don't think he really served any jail time. He got like stiff probation.
He did some during the trial. You know, his preliminary stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Because I remember there was a time where he was just gone.
Yeah, but I think he like resurfaced, right?
Yeah, I think he's out now, or he's like.
And I think his wife was in on it. Maybe.
Oh no, she wasn't in on it. Definitely not.
It was.
She was cleared.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's always part of the deal.
You're making a lot of money for a chiropractor.
A lot of these white knights are dying on the sword for some of these thoughts.
But yeah. Anyway, but that's a different story. But it's not like my point was there. It's not like people are. Some guy on Facebook or on Twitter was talking about how this is a violation of HIPAA and GDPR and stuff like that. And it's like, no. This information was not given to a privileged source and then leaked, right? Like that's a HIPAA violation is when you give your information to a medical provider and the medical provider comes out and like sells that info or distributes it to someone without your consent. That's a HIPAA violation. GDPR is a Eurozone thing where a website collects data on its users and then they distribute that data without the user's consent to advertisers or whoever. And there's a privilege in that exchange of information and they're violating the privilege. That's the regulation. This isn't that. It isn't that by any means. It's merely like you can only really dox someone. Well, I shouldn't say you can. Most of the time, people are only really doxed through their own public information just by putting those puzzle pieces together, as you said. And so it's important for people to understand that if you're going to be talking online, if you're going to have some sort of social media presence, you need to lock it down. Otherwise, someone will eventually, by the numbers, put the puzzle pieces together.
Even if you do lock it down, people are going to find out eventually. Because if you are developing an online personality, like that personality is adding more numbers to that piece of paper. It's unavoidable.
Right.
The longer that it's out there, the more of a inevitability it becomes. Because Europe does have a lot of strong data, like privacy laws that protect you from both companies and from government sources leaking information. But the drawback to that is when, like Tommy Robinson, for instance, in the UK, when he got arrested, he was detained, he was put in a cell. 6 hours later, he was tried by a judge and convicted before anybody had any clue of what had happened to him. He was not allowed to make an outside phone call and the time it took before he was convicted of the crime he was detained on. And there's no paper trail for it. You can't check like the inmate records. They don't have mugshots in the UK. So, even if you were actively looking to see what happened to him, see if he was arrested, you would not be able to find that information.
Right.
So the drawback is, yes, in things in the US, a lot of stuff is public record that perhaps you wouldn't want to be public record. But the converse is you are so much more protected from a government intrusion on your life because there is a paper trail for everything the government does to you. People in the EU typically really, 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 really hate doxing, and they consider it like a intrusion on people in the US that the government assists them the way that they do. But they don't understand at how much they're relying on the government to take care of them when they do that.
Right.
And I know that's like an aside, but
no, it's an important aside because that's maybe this is a good time to transition. So we'll inject some hormones and move into this other subject. One of the it's a good time to transition because I was contacted by this guy, this brony.
You can say he's a brony.
I did say that I wasn't going to use his name. Everybody knows who I'm talking about, okay? So this guy contacted me in regards to this Vic situation. I've had 3 phone conversations with him, and I want people to know kind of what happened on those conversations, because what happened in real time is that this guy came out. What was it, yesterday, Em, or was it the day before?
It was yesterday.
Okay, so yesterday this guy comes out with some very inflammatory tweets about Vic, and his story starts off that he witnessed two women, or I know he told me he only witnessed one of them, but he knows two women who were sexually assaulted by Vic Mignogna. That's the tweet. Two people I know were sexually assaulted by Vic Mignogna, and then he starts following up and replying to people and saying that police reports were filed, that he witnessed one of the assaults,
Of course.
and stuff like that. And then he starts getting some heat from the online community. People are tagging me. I wasn't even watching until I think I responded to one tweet from Goshel Zen, and I was just like, I'll have to look into this, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. So I said I was going to look into it. And then this guy calls me probably within 30 minutes to an hour from when that happened. And he's like, hey, man, they tagged the police on Twitter. People are, just blowing my phone up and all this stuff. And this is not okay. And I'm like, well, what do you want me to do about it? Because I know what I'm not doing. Like, I'm not I've never even heard of you before this person tweeted me and just tagged me. And I haven't said to do anything. Like, I don't control people at all. So what do you want me to do? And the guy's like, well, it's just not okay. Like, I agree, right? No one needs to be harassed or bothered in their home or anything like that. But at the same time, I can't do anything other than maybe send out a little tweet that says, hey, you know what? Please remember not to bother people. So
even then, he accused somebody of like rape.
Well,
like,
we're gonna
he accused him of doing a boob grab.
There you go.
So yeah, he throws out this huge accusation, right? Two of my friends sexually assaulted by a man, and there's a police report. So when he on the call, I'm like, okay, I need two things. One, where's the police report? Two, what happened? Right? Because this guy says he witnessed it. Now, what his story was yesterday was that he and his friend are at a convention. His friend wants to go meet Vic, and so they go through the line or whatever, and they go to take the picture. And he tells me that Vic grabs this woman's breast. She pushes his hand away and says no, and then he grabs it again. So a massive accusation right there. That is under Texas law, that's probably not sexual assault, but it's probably a sexual battery or something like that. But sexual assault in Texas is listed specifically as like genital penetration or contact. So breasts likely aren't included in sex organs in Texas, although there's an argument to be made. But it doesn't matter. Didn't matter because this didn't happen in Texas. This allegedly happened in Ohio. Okay, so I'm like, wow.
It happened in Canada.
Well, I think one of his friends is Canadian, but this apparently happened at OhioCon in Columbus, which would have been 4 or 5 years ago. Whenever Vic was last at OhioCon. He's not there very often, from what I understand. So he tells a story. This is a massive story. Doesn't make any sense to me, but, this guy says he witnessed this. So I said, okay, there's a police report on this. And he's like, well, I don't know. So immediately, now it's like, wait a minute. You said there were police reports on Twitter, but now you don't know. He says, well, I hope she filed one. I gave her a written statement, and I said, okay, well, where would it have been filed? It says probably Columbus, where the con was. That makes sense, right? You file it where the event took place. That's the best I've got. Is happened in Columbus at OhioCon. So today, that was at night. I said I'd make the tweet, and I sent out the tweet, said, please don't bother this guy or whatever. I'll look into it. So this probably early afternoon, I was running my kids around today. Probably early afternoon, I call up both the Columbus, Ohio Police Department, their records department, and I ask, are there any records involving Vic Mignogna, right? And I even did 2 spellings of it in case there was a bad spelling or something like that. That's a lie. I actually misspelled it. How embarrassing. And I called back and spelled it correctly. But, I did what would be a common misspelling of someone who's even typed that name like 100 times. and then I called back and verified with the correct spelling. No records. Okay, so then I call the Franklin County Sheriff's Department, which would be the sheriff's department that would handle that if the city police didn't. No records. Same thing. I actually checked both names with the Franklin County Sheriff's Department as well, just to make sure, right? Nothing. So, of course, no, there's no police department.
Never.
We've got a victim who has disappeared and is unnamed, and now it's gone from, well, I witnessed this, but it's not my story to tell. So now it's the third-hand account again.
Of course.
Every single time it comes up, this is a third-hand account. So then the guy calls me back today. Apparently people have called his work and all that stuff. And
yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, all I can tell you is what the guy said, right? That people have called his work. I don't know. I don't. As always, my position is don't bother people. Like, and actually, that's the Kiwi Farms position too, right? Like,
it is.
If
somebody, I mean, I don't buy it, but if somebody did call his work, that's really fucking retarded, and you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you never
it's
harass
pointless.
the lolcow. You just watch. You
Exactly.
watch.
Generally, I mean, even then, it's like I can't feel too bad for him.
Well,
like how hard is it to not go out of your way to accuse people of rape?
Now we're gonna get to that too, because at first, I'm like, well, people shouldn't bother you, right? Like that's kind of lame. Well, then I start talking to this guy, and he's like, well, did you find a police report? I'm like, what do you think? Like, what? Really? What do you think here? You think that she didn't file a police report? So I'm like, tell me the story again. Now let me tell you the second story.
Wait. Same dude?
Same dude,
Here we go.
same incident, but here's the retelling of that story.
And go.
Because, well, you don't tell me what to do.
Oh, here we go.
Because the story, remember, refresher is grabbed breast, told no, grabbed breast again.
Yep.
Now, here's the retelling of that story. Arm goes around the waist. Hand moves up, maybe grazes a breast. Pushes hand down, hand goes back up, grazes a breast again. At the time, no one thought anything of it. Completely innocent.
Okay.
Later, when all this blows up, think back on the incident and think, well, maybe that was weird. So we go from sexually assaulted my friend by grabbing her breast twice to, well, this was innocent at first. Looks like the ridge of his index finger might have gotten some underboob action. And now and no one thought of it at the time, but only later. Yeah, so that's how that story gets told.
You expand the definition to fit your narrative to get the result you want. I have a question for M, actually.
Okay.
So M, as a woman, how do you feel about when women come up with these bogus allegations about, whether they Me Too or Time's Up, whatever it is, right? My question is this. When it comes to these allegations, why is it that A, women aren't standing by men, falsely accused or not, because, men have no rights in America or in the Western world, and B, my question has always been this. Why is it that not women and men, why isn't the first question ever, where's the police report? Every time someone accuses someone, because it's always on social media or something. So that's my question to you, Em. Obviously with the doxing thing. Do you guys ever, as women, just start coming at people before they even get two words out? Just go like this, where's the police report? Every time when they try to even tell their story, just go, where's the police report? And then he grabbed me, where's the police report? You see what I'm saying? Like, what is your take on that as a woman?
Twitter is not real life.
Go ahead.
I think in real life, like myself and a lot of women are kind of disturbed at the trend of, we're going to ruin someone's entire life over an accusation with nothing really to back it up. I think, if something like that happened to my boyfriend or, my friend, a family member, then yeah, definitely I'm going to be there supporting them. And I want to know, what evidence do you have? Did you go to the police? Did you do anything? I think most women are like that. I think it's just not that way on Twitter and in the larger media because those people are crazy.
Yeah, I think it is. It's a political alignment. I think that in general, like, there are women who are like defensive of people like Jeffrey Dahmer and Elliot Rogers. Like, I think it's unfair to say
Okay,
that
those people
women.
are also crazy.
Yes, I'm just saying that
That might not have been like the best examples. Like,
it's just I'm just saying
mean-
that it's unfair to say that women don't stand by men, because they do. It's just that on Twitter, everybody is fucking psychotic, and you can't. It's not fair to judge women's by the Twitters, because the people on Twitter are like genuinely like you have. I'm sorry. I think that if you have like more than 20,000 tweets, you're probably mentally ill.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me check my stats.
Yeah, you're getting up there, mister. You need to slow your pace on the tweeting, because I checked, there's like 11,000. I was going to say 10,000.
I've got
I was like, I have-
12.2. Oh my god.
I was going to say 10,000. Like, fuck, that would include Nick. Let me bump up to 20,000 real quick.
Yeah,
Just-
pretty soon I'm gonna have to play the seppuku game you were talking about earlier.
Just delete all your tweets like everybody else. It's okay. But no, it's like really like you have to have a specific mindset to be one of those people who has that many tweets, because that mindset is very mob mentality, I think, because if you're the kind of person that can roll around and enjoy the thousands of tweets thing, you have to be a part of the mob, I think. It's just my thought.
Yeah. Thanks for outing me. I need that Twitter.
Right.
I need the Twitter. Well, I mean, Twitter is it's a microcosm, and it's not a microcosm that is reflective of society. It's a microcosm that's reflective of like a locker room. It's very,
echo
very
chamber.
different. Yeah.
I think it's closer to an echo chamber. Like, I don't do social media, but I understand that basic part of it. It's just kind of like these groups of people sit there and say, like I said, the fake outrage culture. Like, when you first told me about Vic Mignogna about a month ago, what was going on, and I was kind of like, oh, because how much support does he have? If you notice that seems to have more support from fans than he does in necessarily like his professional community. There doesn't seem to be anyone in his professional community that's giving him due process. It's the fans who kind of dig in, either whether they kind of do it with a he's our guy or let's just have due process work itself out. But there doesn't seem to be anyone like how many companies that Vic has worked with, how many functions does he go to at these conventions that stand up for due process? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's there. Well, there's
Like-
a couple LA studios that still have him on.
A couple, but out of how many though? Like,
Well, I think he was. I'm not an expert on this side of the lore, because I really only care about the studios that have fired him.
Yep.
But I think there's one that he does consistent work for, and one that he does intermittent work for, and he lost the two consistent work ones in Texas.
Mhm.
So right now he's firing at 1.5 out of 3.5, if that makes sense.
okay.
Lots of his support is groundswell. Now the hard thing for him is that there are voice actors in the community who do I can't say they do support him. They're on his side, but they can't
They can't publicly support him, because
Yeah.
then it's like, oh, you're with the the rapist or the whatever,
Because what some people really need to realize in this situation, and this I think is going to become very apparent over the next couple weeks to a couple months, is that this is not an isolated group like of just a few people who all came magically at the same time to the conclusion of, oh, Vic has been doing this stuff, and now we all need to act, or now I need to act, all of them independently doing that. No, there's very much a culture, a clique group that has made a very concerted effort to get him removed from roles. And for example, Ty Beard, who's his lawyer, was on one of my streams, and he mentioned that that one of these people has gone after specifically one of Ty's other clients for their choice of lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you now, that was not a single person effort. Like, it's not like one guy called up and said, hey, you hiring this lawyer is bad. No, it didn't operate that way. It operated through multiple people. Like, people keep talking about this conspiracy theory. This civil conspiracy is not a theory. It's a matter of proving it. It's definitely happening. And so I know there are people, I've talked to other voice actors who are on his side under condition of anonymity. They can't stand up because they know that they're out.
Correct.
The moment they do.
Now, you and I talked about this earlier. How many of these people do you think it's more of a matter of just jealousy and envy aimed toward Vic? Like, I'm sure Josh and Em kind of weigh in on that. And also you, Nick. Like, how many of these people are saying, this guy has X amount of success. Vic is, a handsome guy. He's successful in his field. He gets lots of attention at these conventions. Maybe these other people aren't getting the same level of attention. They aren't getting the hugs and kisses from all these fans. Do you believe that plays a big part in it?
I do, but I'm more curious what an observer like M, who's been watching this from the outside, and M, correct me if I'm wrong, but like, you have no affiliation or even like, before this thing happened, did you even know about Vic or care at all?
I mean, I knew who he was, but no, I didn't really care about him. I'm not like a Vic stan. Like when Dominique got doxxed, that's what everybody on Twitter was saying. Look what the Vic stans are out of control. I don't even really care about Vic, to be honest. Like, I don't want his life burned down over bogus accusations and shit like that. I don't believe in mob justice, mob mentality that's been happening with stuff like this. But I don't really care about him beyond that, and I didn't really pay attention to him before this at all.
So what's your read on what Drexel was saying, where basically is jealousy and professional and personal jealousy playing a role in this, in your opinion? Like, are you seeing that or not?
I think envy is part of it for sure, especially with all of like these little weasels that have been running around the background that are definitely not as successful or popular and never will be. And I think with the bigger players in it, like Monica and Sabbath and stuff like that, I think a lot of it is also them, just being completely unprofessional and taking personal grudges to a whole other level. And, most of us, if we have a coworker we don't like, we get over that and just get on with our lives and our jobs.
And the amazing thing with their work is that, for the most part, they barely see each other. They might run into each other at a con where they're double scheduled, but they don't record at the studio at Funimation often. Many of them record at home or at a friend's house or at some other studio and send the work in to Funimation for mixing. Like Vic was recording from LA, from his home in LA, my understanding, many of his parts for Funimation and sending them in. So like when we've got these stories of him assaulting someone in the Funimation lobby, it's like, well, that could have happened maybe twice in the past 15 years when he was actually there. He's not. So I mean, these people are having these coworkers that they don't like or have a problem with, and it's amazing because how would you function in a regular workplace where you see these people on a daily basis?
Yeah, you brush shoulders with them.
It's wild.
They're probably working that way specifically because they do have some kind of antisocial personality disorder, and it's the only way they can get by. And then something happens, and they're just like, I gotta ruin you because you pissed me off."
Right, and it's very, very strange. Let me get to a couple of these chats real quick. Wyatt Whitman says, so today is International Be Kind to Lawyers Day. You're amazing. And if anyone is mean to you today, we're going to have beef. Also, I started saying blood for the blood god when I play for the blood totem in Risk of Rain 2. Awesome. Fantastic.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you for being kind to a lawyer. That sounded like a kid, but hopefully not. Yeah. Ian Conant says, grew up in Ohio. Ohio law does include breasts as private organs. Well, there you go. Yeah, I was saying I don't know if Texas does, but I'm pretty sure that in Ohio it would be a sexual assault case. Takaki Onsai says, what I am finding hilarious is that no one actually cared about what Kiwi Farms was doing until Dominique Sky was exposed. Then everyone on the Kick Vic side lost their collective minds. What makes that cost thought so special? And
Well,
that's
were mad
true.
on. Somebody showed me screenshots from Paul, like them saying like these people are crazy. They doxed Dominique Sky. I'm like, who? Like, I don't know. Okay, I brought this up like 8 times already. I'm sorry, it's still fresh to me. Because it burned me out really bad. But like, okay, you were okay with the shooting thing, and then Dominique Sky gets doxxed, and that's where you draw the line. Like these motherfuckers,
with the New Zealand
have wronged us.
Yeah.
Like, okay, this is where the boundary is drawn. You do not fuck with Dominique Sky, motherfucker.
So
what's funny is that the same thing happened in Comicsgate, right? Is that we doxed several other people who were more, important and involved than Lauren. I mean, we doxed Mark Wade and shit, but as soon as Lauren got doxed, it's like everybody lost their freaking minds, and it went on for months and months on Twitter.
She milked that one hard.
Oh, she's still doing it.
Yeah.
But I think what's funny is that I think these like cosplayers and stuff like that, they live online so much more than a lot of these other people. Like that's their job in a sense. And I think they're willing to be, or maybe just stupider, but they're much more public with it, She immediately went out and posted screenshots and stuff like that, basically telling everybody where they can go find this information.
It's
other
like
people I think either they just other people I think like
oh, go ahead.
They just either they don't know because like why would they know that we dox them, or they're smart enough to not say anything about it.
Yeah, that's been the weird thing in this because normal people are not on Kiwi Farms, right? Like it's not like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go to my Google page, my Amazon page, and then I'm gonna take a stroll over to Kiwi Farms and browse the silicone ball injectors. Like that's not part of the average. What was that?
That's a good thread. Don't talk down. Don't
I'm
make
not
that
talking down.
a joke.
It's just that thread, requires a certain type of stomach. So it's not like the normal place that people go, but there's a dedicated group of people who do. But outside of that, like the posting about it and ranting and raving about it really produces a Streisand effect, and it draws a bunch more people's attention to it than would otherwise have seen it. It's very weird.
Well, if you think about it, because I haven't checked recently, but last time I checked was like early this year, and we're something like in like an Alexa like top 10,000 site now. Like I think we've just breached the top 10,000 websites worldwide, which is really big. And when we think about how many people come to the site each day, it's a lot. And if you think about that like in a corporate sense, like if a company is looking at these numbers and saying, how do we get numbers like these? You're probably looking at millions in advertising dollars. Like the amount of capital you'd have to invest into a project to get the kind of stuff that we've gotten just because people yell about us is an immeasurable value. So
and all they have to do is, expose furries who are grooming children.
Yeah, well, if McDonald's starts doxing people on like like a furry board that they open up, and then they just put like their own advertisements for like cheeseburgers next to the drama threads, that'd be brilliant. I can't even be mad about that.
Matoko Kusanagi asks, I'm genuinely curious about just how many, without naming names, are joining Kick Vic and being loud on Twitter because they themselves have been guilty of some sort of illegal activity. I'm not going to name names, but there's at least one. I'm pretty sure he's talking about DC Douglas.
Oh, yeah. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
I gotta preview something for y'all. I can't, you've got to trust me on this. I can't give you any details many of you are waiting for April 15th for one particular reason, but I'm going to tell you there are two particular reasons. One that you have no idea about, and
shit.
and I hope to be able to mention it either on April 15th or very soon after, because it is going to be riotously funny, and it is going to be shameful display.
Okay.
It's bad, y'all. Tax day is my favorite day in 2019. Let's just say that.
The absolute state of 2019.
Yeah. Well, when the juiciness of tax day is overcoming the fact that taxes had to be filed by that day.
Yeah.
When that is outweighing, it's good.
Oh, of course.
So that'll be very, very interesting to see what's going on. Ian Conant says, I do think, well, this is the male feminist. To get back to the question, this is the male feminist. Paradox? We call it the male feminist paradox, where these guys who are absolutely horrifying are sometimes the loudest male feminists out there, right?
Correct. To hide their own indiscretions and all that.
Yeah. Please look over there at that person. Don't look too deep beneath my covers, because you'll find something. You'll find dead things.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Because they got skeletons in the closet. Joe Biden is feeling the heat. Al Franken felt the heat. A lot of guys, we talked about this.
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein was a huge male feminist. The mangina card doesn't work, man. This whole I'm a male feminist. And then when they get exposed, for better and for worse in terms of, from their own perspective, it's like, due process. They took it out of context, and all of a sudden now they want to flip the script.
Did you see the world's most famous fan kick?
Wait, was that the SJW dude who kicked the phone out of the girl's hand? Yeah, I saw that dude, man.
I think he kicked her in the face.
Yeah, he was aiming for the phone, and then he kicked her in the face. I saw that. Yeah, he's wearing like a purple shirt.
Was the phone here?
Yeah,
because if I'm recording something, the phone's here.
It could be like here, and he's trying to wind kick the hand.
Yeah,
but
homeboy should have found his range first.
He should have found the range first. He should have like a warm up kick or stretched or something.
Yeah,
I did see that dude.
Jabs out.
Did anything ever happen to that dude?
I don't know. I feel like
he got arrested, didn't he?
Oh, did he?
He got arrested, but it was up
he
in
got
Canada.
charged.
But was it Canada, or was I always thought it was like Seattle or Portland, someplace like that.
No, it was Canada.
Yeah, it was Canada. I know he got charged, but I don't know if he got out of
Cuck Norris.
Well, the bike lock guy, Eric Clanton, he was the guy who was going to like the Antifa rallies or whatever, and he had a bike lock on a chain. He was hitting people. Like, he'd just walk up into a big crowd and he'd hit someone like with a MAGA hat in the head with a bike lock.
Oh, wow.
He gets charged with like a bunch of assault with, deadly weapons and felony assaults. And they dropped all of them for a plea agreement on like a misdemeanor disturbing the peace charge or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
No
No jail time. This
That's
dude hit like
because it was in
6
fucking
people.
Portland. If it was outside of Portland, that wouldn't have happened.
I think it was somewhere like Portland or Berkeley.
It was Portland.
It was Berkeley, I'm pretty sure.
Was it
really?
Yeah, I remember kind of being like one of those. Like because I kind of hear some
Either
of these
way,
stories.
The odds are very tilted in favor of him. Like, you can't, not a better place in the world to assault somebody with a bike lock for wearing a hat than Berkeley and Portland.
You remember though, Josh, because I was actually just out in Berkeley this past summer. It matters if you
Why?
are.
Do you have one of those pink hats on?
I did not.
You're marching down the road.
I did not.
Women unite.
Yeah, we have women unite. I was in Berkeley, and the stories are true about stepping over homeless people and everything. But when you're saying like what you get off with that based on your political affiliation. So if you are a super leftist, you'll get away with that over there. Now maybe somewhere like, do you remember that case with the guy, I believe it was in Texas? The guy who shot the illegal immigrants who were stealing his neighbor's stuff, right?
Yeah.
Remember that case? He shot him in the back.
Yeah.
And he beat the rap.
Yeah, in Texas,
because he was in Texas.
In Texas, you can defend.
You can defend you and your neighbor's property, I guess.
Yeah, you can defend any property
with deadly force
from a burglary, which is a felony with deadly force in Texas, because the reason
it's cattle related, right?
Yeah,
yeah. I do remember that.
Texas has some pretty funny laws
they're based on like old. They're old laws that when you apply them to modern times, you're kind of like, oh yeah, it kind of works.
Right.
Given the modern times. So
Texas is like a mini Australia. Like Texas collection in Texas is really tough because the early Texans were all fleeing debts in the States.
Correct.
And so then they come out and they form their state laws, and their state laws insulate, like, you can't take houses, you can't take anything from people in Texas. It's very, very hard to take from a private citizen. Because they're, well, eventually they're going to come here and we need to make sure that we're insulated.
Correct.
And same thing with the property. Like, well, if you're going to take the neighbor's property, I mean, maybe he's out taking a nap and you guys are running cattle next to each other or whatever. And someone, they don't want some thief coming along and trying to confuse it. Well, I was stealing his cows, not your cows.
Yeah, correct.
So they just let you shoot whoever. Not recommended, by the way. That's a very unrecommended course of action to shoot a burglar in the back, even in Texas. I would strongly suggest not taking that course of action because, that's one judge away from being you with a murder charge.
More or less.
You know what state has better stand your ground laws than Texas?
Florida.
Florida, you can shoot anyone, anywhere. If they're it does not matter. Your castle is where you're at, buddy. You defend yourself as you see fit.
My castle doctrine is a 45. Let's see. Ian Conant says, is there a way for the Japanese content creators to revoke the rights/licenses of Funimation to produce the English dubs of their content? Now, the answer to that, without actually seeing the licensing agreement, is I don't know. But the heavy implication that I've heard from both insiders and outsiders and from people in both the US and Japan while researching and talking about this is that Funimation can make, Toei and other Japanese studios can make business hell for Funimation very easily. That they have tons of creative control and may be able to just pull licenses on a whim. And that's pretty consistent with the state of the voice acting community from what I've seen, is like there is not a lot of protection and not a lot of money going to the Americans in this business. They make all their money at conventions. They don't make a ton of money. Just so people know, I guess union rules for an American TV show, if you're recording an episode of like My Little Pony, for example, you're pulling in as a voice actor a minimum of like $1,000 an episode. Mm-hmm. That's the union rule for an American original TV content. If you're talking anime content,
they're dubbing you in.
Yeah, your union rules on anime content is something like $75 an hour, and in LA you're guaranteed 2 hours of studio time for each episode. So you go from $1,000 an episode for an American animation studio to $150 an episode for a Japanese anime dub. So it's very much a stepchild industry in the US. And that's something that these people need to understand. That's why these conventions are so important to a guy like Vic.
Correct.
Is because it's not like their contracts with Funimation, that's a door. That's a door to the real money. Mm-hmm. And the real money comes directly from their fans and their audiences and their engagement. Mm-hmm. So
even with actors and stuff, like actors in B movies, they go to conventions too because they make their money off signatures and merchandise at like, the people who star in crappy horror movies, they don't make their money from residual income checks. They have to hustle.
Right. Yeah. They get a union wage, but if it's in California, they get a union wage. If it's outside of California, you probably just get an hourly thing. And that's the difference between Funimation and some of these other studios. They're based in Texas, and I heard that they recently raised their base rate to kind of compete with the union rate. But in the union shops, you get like residuals and you get healthcare and stuff. In the Texas shops, you don't. So But that's just, it's based on what I've heard.
I'm sorry. This is like a step back in the conversation, but you reminded me of something, and I've been thinking about it since you said it. When you said don't shoot somebody in the back, have you ever seen the Blue Collar Comedy Tour with Jeff Foxworthy?
Yeah, the original one that they did.
Yeah, I think there's a skit by Ron White, I think, where he's talking about how you can't shoot somebody in the back in Texas. And he said, shoot somebody in the legs if their back is turned to you, because at some point they'll wonder what it is that is hurting them.
So they'll
And
turn
they will
around.
turn around.
Nice.
And then you can shoot them, and then it's okay. And sorry, it's been sitting on my chest since you said that, because I was taken back to being a small child and watching Comedy Central and remembering that skit.
Oh God, I forget how young you are, because like that came out when I was like
That's
in
post high school, right?
It was, if it wasn't post high school, it was very close to the end of high school.
Yeah, because Blue Collar Comedy Tour came out around the same time as Kings of Comedy, which was right before my freshman year. Yeah, so
I think Kings of Comedy was first,
So it's first. Okay, so around the same time.
and then the white people stole the idea, like Elvis.
Oh, here we go. that guy. You notice that there's no surviving Elvis, right? You know, there's surviving R.
Elvis
Kelly.
is still alive. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. There's no like Elvis rape story.
There's no Me Too thing for Elvis, known pedophile. Woody Allen, known pedophile. Roman Polanski, like, you know, they always talk about.
Woody Allen was part of Me Too, wasn't he?
But say it again.
Woody Allen, like his daughter came out and talked about it more.
Yeah, recently, but like we've known about Woody Allen for
Oh,
years.
well, yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but there's no surviving Woody Allen. There's no surviving Roman Polanski. But like, they want to be like surviving R. Kelly. How'd the girls get there? Oh, their parents brought them.
Well, I mean,
You know,
what are you gonna do? Not bring your underage daughter to R. Kelly's house?
right?
That was my question with the Spacey thing, Kevin Spacey thing, when it first came out. That
with the boy,
Anthony Rapp.
was it the 17-year-old? Was it with the other
He
one?
was he was 14. He said. Anthony Rapp, the guy who played Mark in Rent. You wouldn't know. You're not a musical guy. But no, so he was the first accuser, where Kevin Spacey suddenly was gay for the rest of his life after that, because that was his defense, right? Well, I'm gay now. Right, leave me alone because I'm gay now and I'm living. But no, so he gets accused by a guy who at the time of the incident said he was like 14.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it was 14. I was at a Hollywood party, and Kevin Spacey took me up into a room, and he was, he did stuff. And it's like, why were you 14 at a Hollywood party?
Hey, I know.
Where's your mom?
But Drew Barrymore was at parties at like 9. She was saying.
Well, her and who's that other guy? Corey Feldman.
Corey Feldman, yeah, the guy who had like the candy shop. It was like basically like the Pied Piper of Hollywood, and it was like luring kids there.
Yeah,
that was creepy.
I always feel like, because they do, all these actors and stuff start really young, and it just makes me think like the parents must know what happens, and they still do it because that's like the entrance. It's like trial by fire. If you want to be a Hollywood star, or you want your kid to be a Hollywood star, you have to like sell them to like sexual predators to get them to clout so that they can get in movies and stuff. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, and it feels like they make that calculation consciously.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
Because like I always think about like Emma Watson and stuff. Like I think all of those people were molested, and that's why Rupert got out. he sells ice cream now. He doesn't give a shit. But yeah, I don't know. Rupert Gint is Ron Weasley.
Oh, from Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Yeah, I just realized that. Yeah, I was like,
it's like I
hated
mentioned those movies.
Yeah, I mentioned the kids from the show because like Emma Watson's now like a big like feminist icon. I'm just thinking like your mom sold you to like sex predators, and now that's why you think it's the new norm, because you were sold to a pedophile cult in Hollywood, and your friends were smart enough to get, or at least one of them was smart enough to get out. But
hey, Josh, I got a question for you. Do you believe that that's the reason why, like, they're so anti everything about, know, and they're over the top music? Like, do you think that it's more of a projection? Like, if you're in Hollywood, which is pedo central, and that's why they call it, the nickname is Holly Weird. My question to you would be like, Josh, you think that it's 100% projection? Like, because they're in this small incubated world of pedophiles.
Somebody-
They think like the world is full of pedophiles.
Somebody said it was like a post on Poll or something, and it was just so perfect. It said something like, I think the reason why all these people talk about this institutionalized misogyny and rape is because they're all in Hollywood and they're all getting raped. And to them, it's a really real thing. And they just assume that every place is like rape central. Like, no, it's your fucked up little bubble in California that's psychotic and full of child molesters. Like all of us, we're fine. We're okay. Right. We're getting through the day unmolested. You know?
Right. Well, I mean, maybe you are.
Yeah. But Josh like and him, do you see like in the chat? There's some of these people that are like world famous that I forgot about. Like there's people talking about Jerry Lee Lewis. We had known about that. Like there's a lot of like
married his cousin who was like 13.
Yeah. Howard Hughes.
Great Balls of Fire was probably a song about syphilis.
Could be. I mean, dudes out there getting burnt. But you know what I'm saying? Like you look at these people who are famous and stuff, and as we go back in yesteryear, the so-called golden age of Hollywood and stuff, a lot of those stars, when you start doing you're doing a little digging, these people were doing all kinds of. There was no social media back then. There was no internet back then. It was there was no camera phones getting every little thing that you said and did. Whereas now, because so it's not that we have that many more pedophiles. It's more exposure. That's it.
Yeah, and somebody mentioned fucking Dan Schneider. Dan Schneider was a producer for Nickelodeon, and he had like a foot fetish. And the logo for fucking Nickelodeon for a while in the 90s was a foot. And he posted like on the official Nickelodeon Twitter account, posted shit like, "Okay, kids, write something on your feet and take pictures of it and use this hashtag."
Yeah.
And it's like, motherfucker.
He's like
Dan fucking Schneider is one of the gross, like brazen about it, and he got away with it for fucking decades.
Right.
One of one too many gins with Quentin Tarantino before that tweet.
Hey, leave Quentin Tarantino out of this.
I'm just saying he likes his feet.
He does.
If Quentin Tarantino is a fucking Chester, I give up on movies. I'm just gonna watch like South Korean films from now on.
I'm not gonna say he's not. I don't know that there's any like creepy allegations against him. I think it's just he just likes feet. It's pretty clear. You watch Kill Bill. That man loves Uma Thurman's feet.
Well, I think he loves every actor. Like, I mean,
well, I know. I just know that those feet he likes.
He really loves Uma, just like with Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Even in From Dusk Till Dawn, I think it was Juliette Lewis's feet. Like anywhere there's Tarantino and there's feet. Grindhouse, in the Death Proof part.
Must have pained him to replace that one leg because that's 50% less feet.
Yeah, that was something else, man.
I'm very desensitized to horrible fetishes. As far as I'm concerned, feet is like a classy fetish. Like
yeah, feet is the Gouda of fetishes.
Yeah, just leave Quentin Tarantino alone, please. He wants. I've never even noticed. I've watched all of his movies. I don't think I've ever noticed the foot thing.
Are you serious?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Wow.
Go watch Kill Bill and how many direct shots of Uma's feet are in
Tons.
I'm pretty sure Quentin Tarantino has already admitted he has a foot fetish.
What was that, Em? Sorry.
I'm pretty sure he's outright admitted that he has a foot fetish.
Oh yeah,
but it's so obvious. Though.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah. That was like, well, no, I'm not gonna say that joke. Yeah, it's pretty clear. Archangel Nishan says, "My thoughts on the suits, Nick. Let's slip the dogs of war." Well, it's not up to me. But we'll see what happens very soon. Blaine20 says, in Ohio, breast contact is 3rd-degree misdemeanor. Victim testimony alone is insufficient. Well, I think you're underscoring or underselling the fact that there is a guy who is mildly not credible who is also a witness. I'm not going to say that. Blaine20 says, so anime dubbing is crowdfunded like YouTube lawyering. Here's $20. Thank you. I'm glad you understand how this works. Zakin Tawate. I think I'm supposed to just say Zakin. The Emperor was wrong. Embrace chaos. Use it for your ends, as any warrior knows. Thanks for getting me into 40K rackets. When you are Driscoll are up in southern burbs. Oh, when he called you Driscoll, but it's Drexel.
Oh, okay.
When we're in the southern burbs, let me know. Drinks on me. Well, next time I'm in the southern suburbs, I'll find a way. You gotta give me a way to contact you, buddy.
Right.
But send me a message somewhere and let me know. Let me know. Yeah. So okay. So I just wanted to try and run back through this Vic stuff, and see if there was anything we missed. We covered the doxing. The key. I think one of the points that I wanted to get across with the dox stuff is that, like, people are expecting, some people out there, and I think they're mostly people, you know, on the opposite side of me, trying to weaponize this in some way. They expect me to be able to tell you guys what to do. Like I'm supposed to direct you to stop doxing or something. One, I would never do that. I don't care what people do online. It's not my responsibility. But two, how would that go for me if I tried?
Not great. Not great.
Yeah, because
I mean, I'll just tell you right now, no.
Right. That's thank you. Thank you for doing that, because that needs to be made.
Let me posit a hypothetical.
Sure.
Let's say that your life was on the line or something. Like, okay, I'll bend my principles for my best buddy, and I'll command the Legion to stand down. You know what would happen? Like, immediately.
Oh, we would tear you apart.
Yeah.
No. Okay. People would do that, yes, but you know what would actually happen the same day? There would be Kiwi Farms like house, and it would be not managed by me, and it would be some other person with a forum, and it would be set up literally the same fucking day. it would just disappear from my hands. Like if you're holding some sand at the beach and you put the sand under the water and it just slips through your fingers as sediment, that's what would happen. It would just be gone, like, immediately. So, like, it's not even the Kiwi Farms. It's not me. It's not the Kiwi Farms. It's not Emspex. It is a thing that exists and that will always exist. And where it exists is completely irrelevant.
Right. Yeah, and that's true. But yeah, that's the problem. Well, and I think the guy, the Brony guy, got an idea of that when he asked if I could do anything to stop what was happening, because I put out a tweet yesterday, which is about what I could do. I mean, I guess I could have done it on video, but that didn't seem like a prudent course of action. Done it on video to say, but I did the tweet that said, hey, you know what? Please don't bother this guy. And then when I talked to him today, one, the guy sounded absolutely wrecked, which, I mean, well,
Can you blame him?
I can't blame him, but I can also very much blame him for inserting himself into a very public discussion that has thousands of very angry people.
You can just go watch some MLP and get over it.
Yeah. But so he sounded rattled, and I was like, well, I sent out that tweet yesterday, and he's like, yeah, that made it worse. Like, well, then what do you want? Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want people to do about this? The internet is full of, it's shocking. It's full of individuals who act individually, and that's just the way it's gonna go. So I appreciate you guys hanging out and kind of talking about this very candidly, because it's important for people to understand, like, what I guess the idea is, and there's obviously no coordinated effort, because if I tried to coordinate an effort on Kiwi Farms, my thread would turn very negative very quickly, I think.
Yeah, you would probably get moved to the lolcow section.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I was gonna ask. Like, we don't have a thread on Nick. What the fuck would
we have? We have a thread on multimedia.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure we don't.
Well,
or it's like 4 posts long. It's on page 8 or something.
We'll see how long that lasts. But no, I mean, that's just the way of the world, because I've inserted myself very publicly into a public discussion. The criticism of it is going to be there. That's the way it goes. I knew what I was getting into. What annoyed me was that the pony guy tried to tell me that he didn't know what was going on. that he didn't know this was happening. In the same breath, saying he's a big fan of my work. So I believe that zero. Both of those statements cannot be true. If you're a big fan of my work, pretty much all I've talked about for the past month is this situation.
Correct.
So you had to know something was happening. But, now got to take him at his word at some point, I guess.
Wait, I have an inquiry regarding the situation. Who the fuck is Dominic Sky?
It's a cosplayer.
So, what does that have to do with Vic?
You
You
go ahead, Em. Go ahead.
No, she just jumped in for clout. She's just been running her mouth on Twitter.
Oh,
basically.
so the lady who said she got diddled is not related to Dominic, but Dominic came on and was like, I support the lady who got diddled, and then she got doxxed by you for inserting herself.
She did much more than that.
She participated basically in doxing someone else like last week too.
Who?
Some other cosplayer, I don't know.
A YouTube personality called Supergirl. She's on Twitter and YouTube is Supergirl.
Did she support Vic?
Yes.
And Dominic Sky doxed her for supporting Vic, and then she got doxed for doxing her for supporting Vic, and
it wasn't
now very
doxing when
upset.
she did it, Null.
Oh, okay. Why not? What's the difference? What did she do? What did she? Well,
all she did was she took her anonymous name and linked it to her real name.
See, everybody likes it until they have a reason not to like it.
No, exactly.
In her mind, that lady is probably like a rape enabler or something. So therefore, it's morally justifiable in her head.
Yeah.
Well, everybody has their own justifications for doxing.
And Dominique's been involved in other antics as well. Early on, she was tweeting that she was in like management at Funimation, and that, despite any of my efforts, that rumor persisted that she was actually employed by Funimation, and saying that she participated in the HR investigation against Vic and stuff like that. Now she was doing it as a honeypot to get people to start retweeting it so she could be like, haha, lol, you idiots, you believed me when I said something online.
This woman is the biggest fucking whore.
Well, I mean, we all have to remember that these people have made a concerted effort to destroy a man's career with zero evidence. But then the moment people react in a way that is adverse to them, suddenly they're a victim. And it's crazy to me. It's crazy. That would be like me being upset that they sent ethics complaints against me. I'm not upset. I think it's stupid. I think it's kind of funny. It would annoy me if it went beyond dismissal, but at the same time, like, I'm publicly out there talking about it. I'm calling Ron Toye a cuck at every turn. I had a joke in a group earlier where I said, they asked what Ron Toye does, and I was like, oh, he's some kind of mortgage lender or something. And I said, but I bet he watches other men lend out money, right? Like,
You're a cuck.
so, like, I can expect some blowback from that. But this is that social justice mentality is, I can go online, I can scream about whatever I want, and the moment anyone does anything to me, I'm a victim.
I'm a victim.
How dare they?
Yeah, it's played out. It's tired. But it's the same thing that they always do. You know what I'm saying? Like there's never a different path. It's just that same old kind of now I'm the victim, and it's just I don't know. At what point do people just finally just say, screw these people and cancel them?
Yeah,
cancel them.
Well,
simple.
Well, here's a thought. Because
we're the thought patrol. Where are they?
well, number one, this woman. I just want to say I googled her name and I go over to the images, and it's like it's nothing but tits and ass. Like that's all she does. I see why she's popular.
That's not true. She takes pictures of her kid too.
Her kid?
Foolish.
Well, I'm looking at this.
Yeah.
I don't see.
You got to go to her Instagram page.
I thought that was a midget.
Oh my God. Come on, man.
Didn't Michael Jackson do that with Webster? Yeah, you heard that? He's like at an award show. He had like a little Webster like holding him. But Emmanuel Lewis was like 28 years old at the time.
Look at this beautiful children.
Yeah. Man, that was bad. That was a bad look, Michael.
The legal fund for Vic got like $100,000, right? It made its goal in like a week or something.
Yeah, we're at 125 now. I raised the limit to 200,000. I haven't like promoted it and been talking about it a lot because I raised, 100,000 does a lot, but it doesn't do that much. There are like 15 potential defendants, and some of them are in other states, some of them are in Canada. So 100,000 was a great start, and it was a very symbolic sort of gesture. I raised it to 200,000, but I haven't been promoting it super heavy because I'm not a guy who sits and shills stuff. I'm admittedly bad at it, but I will say I think after tax day we might be I might promote it a little bit that week just for fun.
Get that tax return money.
Get that tax return money.
Yeah.
Well, I also think there will be some very specific news that people will want to see following tax day, and so they might be more willing to donate to something with for some reason with maybe some tangible results happening on tax day. So that's why I'll probably talk about it then. But yeah, I mean, it's 125,000 so far. The support has been fantastic.
Well, what I was going to contrast that with was, didn't they also do some kind of go kick fund me thing?
Jamie Marchi did a GoFundMe, but it was for something for supporting victims, basically.
Okay, so white girl Jamie Marchi picks a charity to donate to try and raise $5,000, and it's like Sisters of Color standing up against sexual violence.
What?
So the whitest, redheadest voice actress picks the Sisters of Color for standing against sexual violence. Not pandering at all. And the best part of that is that organization has been under investigation by the General Accountability Office, I believe, the government one.
On what grounds, though?
They misappropriated only $2.3 million of taxpayer money,
Of course.
that they can't account for. I read their responses to the audit, and the audit was like, you need to maybe like add some more board members with some more experience in this sort of stuff. And their response was, nah, we're not gonna. It's like the government gave them $2 million and they can't find out what they spent it on.
Sounds like the Lifeline.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and Jessie Pridemore, she did a GoFundMe to try and raise some money as well, to pay her rent and to which was really embarrassing, and to pay for a lawyer and a landlord tenant action she claims. I don't know that made much either. I don't think either of them have hit their goals.
I don't think so. Last I checked.
So
well, this is a true story. I once put in a application for a scholarship because I completed my AA like 2 years ago, and I wanted money, so I put in for scholarships. And one of the scholarships I applied to was for Black lesbians.
Wow.
I was not granted that particular scholarship, but I think I have the soul of a Black lesbian. I think I got the character of it. I don't know what this discrimination is, but it's unflattering. It's unbefitting of them. But I was gonna say, these people who are very loud didn't make much money, as opposed to Vic, who's been most like, this is a pending legal issue. So I imagine, I'm just guessing, that he's been very quiet about it.
He's tweeted 5 times total since it all started. So since February 1st,
sounds about right. So he has you, and he has other people who support him, but in general, I would say that the noise, like signal to noise ratio, is in favor of people who don't like him. Would that be fair to say?
Can you clarify what you mean
Wait,
by that?
sorry, what?
If you were to go on Twitter and just take like a head count of people tweeting about Vic, the social media weight is against him, is not in favor of him.
I think it was.
It's shifted a bit.
But I think it shifted in his favor.
Because I was going to say, it seems like a lot of these people have a social media capital, like a internet presence capital, but they don't have much money backing it. Well, and I want to hope that's because people are like sensible. Like the quiet people are more sensible. Like, you know, the wisdom to listen more than you speak is present. Like that's just what I'm hoping, that the loudest people are also the most broke ass and
basically.
That is true, I think, for sure. But they definitely started with a lead on the social media stuff. You know, these are people. Monica Rial has something like, I think at the start of this, she had like 60,000, 70,000 followers, and she's pushing 80 now. Jamie Markey had something like 20 to 40,000 followers on Twitter. I mean, they had, and Mars Girl has quite a few. I mean, not that level, but quite a few as well. So they did have some clout on social media, and they were very successful. But as time went on, as they kept tweeting, and as their tweets got more and more insane and unhinged, their engagement, the engagement that they had, diminished. It just plummeted. And then Vic comes out and makes one tweet and says, hey, I've retained a lawyer. I didn't want to fight back. I didn't want to do this, but this is the only way. I've got to clear my name. And by the way, there's a GoFundMe out there. He makes that one tweet and blows the like and retweet ratios out of the water of Jamie Markey, Monica Rial, and Funimation themselves. I mean, like his metrics on it were shifting very much in his favor when you start breaking down like the number of followers versus the engagement they were getting. And now he has a significant following as well. And that's been very helpful in all of this, is that he has 100,000 Twitter followers. He has a very dedicated fan base. And that honestly has probably saved his life, to put it bluntly.
Ty Beard made a Twitter account just to say something like "expect us."
No, he made that account in 2018, but he never used it.
He never used it
until he.
But he made one tweet and just said
touch.
something like "expect me."
He said, "We will be in touch."
Okay.
Yeah,
and that did very well, because I remember you retweeted that with like nothing on it because he had just made it, and I retweeted it, and by like the time I retweeted it, it had gained like 200 retweets. Like in the second it took me to process the tweet and say, yeah, people should probably see this. This is funny. Like, yeah,
he got like 3,300 followers from one tweet. But it goes to show like just how much they lost the narrative. They never expected any of this. And that's been the most unique thing watching this movement versus watching Comicsgate and stuff like that, is all the people. I think they picked Vic as their first target, because I haven't talked about this much, but people are out there are aware. There's a document that was a list of cleansing the anime community of the toxic males, right? And
it's always the males.
And they had to shut it down because one of their own ended up on it.
Right. Yeah.
Of course.
Whoops. But so they had this list, and I mean, there's direct messages from Mars Girl saying, after Vic, we need to do this, and blah. They had a plan, and I think they picked Vic for a very specific reason. I think they knew in their hearts that he would not fight back, that he would lay down and die, that he would forgive them all and just hope it would blow over. And it kind of looked like he was going to for a while. And it's just
true. You never, ever apologize ever for any reason.
Josh is saying what we always say.
Yeah.
There's a recent episode by who's the gross British man who does the talk show?
Piers Morgan?
That could be so many people.
John Oliver.
Oh, John Oliver. Last Week Tonight.
Yes, he did an episode on like mob mentality or like internet lynch mobs, and like half of it's just interviewing the woman who gave Bill Clinton a blowjob, Monica Lewinsky, and you know he's talking about it, and it's really funny watching him because I guess his writers realize what a horrible hypocrite he would look like if he did a moral outrage episode on moral outrage. So half of it's almost like apologizing for his show being the way it is. And the other half is telling people that it's a bad thing to do. And it's just there's a part where he's yelling at Tucker Carlson because Tucker Carlson said something like Arabs are primitive subhumans and everything they do is disgusting.
Wow.
Yeah,
And
he said that
Tucker
like
said-
20 years ago on some Shock Jock podcast, right? Or Shock Jock Radio.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And it got brought up, and people tried to rub his nose in it, and it's just like, "Fuck you, I'm not apologizing." And John Oliver was so indignant about this, like he didn't even apologize. Like, well, no shit, because number one, he
dare
didn't
he
say anything
not
wrong.
apologize?
Number two, apologizing
Never
doesn't help.
apologized.
Yeah, oh wait, so I'm going to demand now a formal apology from the Kiwi Farms.
For what?
Everything.
Everything.
No.
Murdering
No.
all those people in New Zealand, for starters.
No.
Killing those muscle pups. That's your fault, too.
Oh,
Muscle
God.
pops. Oh, jeez.
That's the inflatable
Wow.
ball guy.
Yeah.
No. Okay, so
That's better.
Double A sent a chat, and this is about Dominique. That she's been sharing social media posts from other people nonstop of people sending thoughts and prayers for her to pull through this. Confirmed victim. She loves the attention. So
Yep.
Yeah,
she.
Well,
I don't know
obviously.
how she's going to survive having her semi-public information made just as public as
Well,
it was.
yeah.
Uh,
Jeez, man, it's clownish.
It's ridiculous. But you know that, and although she's doing it right, like you capitalize on the situation. That's what Em was talking about before. Is an opportunity for people to score points when they get doxxed. Is to, I mean, that's the one way you fight back, is to
True.
say, well, look what they did. They're monsters.
Yeah, you got to go the victim narrative.
Right.
What you
Right.
should do is get a gun. That's my advice to anybody. Have you been doxxed? Are you emotionally traumatized? Do you fear for your life now? Get yourself a gun. Any gun. Get multiple guns and just lay that shit around the house. You'll never fucking be afraid of anything ever again. You're set.
Yeah,
You are
especially in
empowered.
Texas.
Especially in Texas, especially in Florida.
Right.
Get yourself a gun and get yourself a concealed carry permit because you can get those and you're set.
Yeah. And then I like the Spike Man says, Kick Vic started a fire with no kindling. I agree.
Well, and also another thing about when this initially kicked off on Twitter, when the original posts that were getting thousands and thousands of retweets and likes, a lot of those people were not involved in any way. They didn't really care. It's just another Twitter post about, this man is an abuser, spread this like wildfire. And then so they just click, retweet, and then they don't ever think about it again.
Right.
And so it's no surprise that a huge portion of people who were engaged with that just immediately dropped off. They're not going to stick around for, the autism that follows after
Well, you have to think, like
the online fight.
The people following her probably are interested in like anime and shit. Like they don't care. Like if you're not tweeting about anime or cosplay, like why the fuck would I be following you? All those people who used to follow her probably like have muted her on Twitter so they don't see her shit anymore. Because it's just like I can't see my anime and cosplay on my timeline between all your shit. So
Right, I can't jack off with all this legal talk going on.
Well,
Well,
I mean, that's a personal problem. I certainly can.
right.
M's timeline was completely ruined. That's
Yeah,
the source of her
Thoughts and
vendetta.
prayers. Thoughts
That her
and prayers.
timeline was destroyed.
Well, guys, there's a couple chats, and then I won't make you guys suffer through the reading of all the super chats if you wanna take off. But there's two more.
I can hang around. I saw a few that were about doxing going by, and I think kind of addressed to
Yeah, I think we
Kiwi
covered
Farms.
that a lot.
Yeah, I just don't want to hold you guys here. So if you need to
Okay.
go, let me know. But otherwise, there's
Okay.
these last two for 20, and then we'll go back and go through the history. Automata says, I want to start a new thing. Just say I got hacked, a la Joy Reid. That's something that doesn't make sense, but then we all ignore any accusations afterwards because reasons. They try to follow up, hacked again. Joseph Kerwin says, can we get some thoughts and prayers in the chat for the oppressed thoughts? And thoughts are,
Of
I mean,
course.
they're they're an endangered breed. We need to definitely do that. They're dying in droves, wailing in the streets. The thought audit is coming. That's
coming.
Yeah, they're getting rounded up by the IRS.
It's coming.
And put in FEMA camps.
You know what? Jeremy Hambley, the quartering, he actually had a sensible tweet about, it wasn't directed at thoughts specifically, but it had that sort of flair to it. But it was at all YouTubers, like, hey, YouTubers, stop complaining about paying taxes all at once and actually basically he said, treat this like a real business and, make your quarterly estimated payments and put money aside for your taxes. What are you doing? It was like, yeah, I think a lot of people don't treat this is a business. And that was good advice. So I guess listen to Hambley at least on that, guys. But okay, so Night of Hopex says, yo, Pizza Thought is for real adorable. Real talk. CX, what a cutie. I don't know if I think that's from the thumbnail. Excitable Boy says, Vulcan lives. Notorious Moonman, thank you for the donation. Eduardo Ramirez says, what is y'all's solution to the furry question?
What's the furry question?
That furries exist, I assume.
They do exist.
I know, but that's the furry question.
The furry question, extermination.
Do they exist? But if you know that if the answer is yes, then
okay, maybe you haven't been on the internet long enough for this. But it's a play on the Jewish question from Nazi Germany, right?
What is the role?
What do we do?
Where do the Jews belong in Europe? Was the Jewish question? Like, do they belong in Europe or do they not? Do they have to like Hitler?
And that's the Jews in
Madagascar.
Well, that's the question, right? That's the furry question.
Do the furries have a place in society, or do we have to put them on Madagascar?
Emphasis on the gas of Madagascar. There, no.
What's that?
I said emphasis on the gas in Madagascar.
Oh, be careful with that.
So what's the solution to the furry question, Drexel?
I don't know, man. The only thing that when you hit me with the whole furries and like the sex doll furries.
Hey, when a guy came up to me at a con and he had been offered $2,000 to make a sex otter.
Oh God, man! Wait, what
that was Desire
a couple nights ago. What was the little like latex thing that I think somebody was like trying to fist or something?
I think it was a sex otter. Apparently, it's a common thing. You can go on Reddit and find the sex otter.
How do you know this though?
Because people.
Sex otter is an old nickname for Desire Lion.
No, I was at an anime convention and a guy, a very very lovely individual from his company is American Meat.
Mm-hmm.
American Meat, and they sell sex toys, but they're wrapped up like meat at a grocery store.
Yep.
Brilliant. It was brilliant. So he was a guy who was telling me that someone offered or asked him to make a like a sex otter, and so then when I mentioned that on the stream, someone sent me to a Reddit post where someone had made the sex otter, and so you can actually find it and see it, and those pictures put it on incognito mode.
Right.
Before you search, because wow, it's filthy.
Every time you say sex otter.
Right?
Hey, I mean, otters are cute, but I'm not into them that way.
They stink. Just so you know, otters are fucking stinky animals.
They do.
Everybody.
Yeah. So yeah, that's well, I gotta know what's the solution to the furry question.
I mean,
I'm more tolerant of furries than most people simply because I know so many of them as programmers. I don't know what the fuck it is about furries and trannies developing good software, but they are, I think it's autism. I think furries and trannies are both autistic at their core. That's the core, like the root of the problem is autism, and then it manifests as trannies and furries. But the autism also manifests as software development, which I appreciate. So that's the main reason why I do not say like, oh, we need to gas all these people. It's because like who's gonna write your software?
Well, it's not like they're making like a good contribution to society. Then wouldn't you say, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they keep their freaky stuff away from me, and they just give me their software, I'm okay.
Covering the Damore lawsuit, I can't disagree. I can't disagree with you at all, because I learned about I learned about wingless golden dragons. I learned about someone who identified as an ornate building. Yeah. I mean, for real.
Now, you know what I've always said about that, right?
That's the most powerful company in the world. Put on a seminar to educate people about gender identity, and the seminar was run by a wingless golden dragon and an ornate building.
You know what I've always said about those people, right?
What's that?
As soon
I'm
as
pretty sure we have a thread on one of those people.
Oh, wait, what was that?
I'm pretty sure we have a thread on one of those people.
Yeah, I think we have a thread on
Fong Jones?
But if the United States declares war and they say, calling all, ornate buildings or whatever, someone tries to gender identify with, suddenly those people will identify as something else, right?
Yeah, well, I guess. I don't know.
Because they don't want to go fight. They don't want to go do anything.
I'm not going to misgender them.
These people.
That's the ultimate morale thing. It's like, okay, we're at war with China, and we get aground. We have our second D-Day, and we've landed. We've just taken Shenzhen, and we're Hong Kong's on our side, and we've taken this area. And there are pictures of our furries and ornate buildings standing proudly with the American flag on top of a Chinese monument, and we just take pictures of this shit and airdrop it all over China, and either that's gonna frenzy them into a psychotic rage that we can't defeat, or it's just gonna crush them like glass, and they will instantly surrender so that they don't have to deal with our armed furry and ornate building divisions.
I find it humorous. I just think the whole furry thing, that's not I mean, if you think about most sexual encounters, people are trying to get clothes off. So for someone to put on some animal suit.
Hey, I was
those things are hot.
I was mascot for one football game as a stand-in because that dude was sick, and it was the hottest I have
thing
been
ever,
in my entire life.
And it's not sexy. It's not like you couldn't imagine being all right, yeah, let's get this off. You're sweaty and you've been it's that sort of stuck to you.
I had an
You're
ice
not gonna
pack.
smell good.
I had an ice pack in there. That thing was hot liquid within 10 minutes of putting that suit on.
Absolutely.
It was terrible.
I feel bad
terrible.
for
I could not get down in a fursuit. No, I'll tell you my solution. My man Bonitis, famous furry porn artist Bonitis, he retweeted a video that you guys should all check out, and it involved both Space Marines and a bunch of furries, and it's fantastic. Just a short animation. I don't have the link handy, but if anybody throws it up in the chat, it's great.
Is that one where the Space Marines get attacked by sexually deviant monster furries? And
yeah, they fell into their furry big gay trap. Oh my god, that was funny.
There's several furries in chat with furry avatars said, "I guess I'm autistic now," and it's yeah, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but I've got some bad news. The doctor's got his diagnosis. You can go get your pills now.
There you go. Okay, Solo Beverly says, "Love that Shane is now in your intro with his gotcha." Yep, that's fantastic. Good job, Shane. Craven Moorhead says, "Love when Null is on. One of my favorite guests." Oh, someone who didn't call you something awful.
Oh, don't call me something awful, please. Anything but that.
Aren't you the owner of Something Awful?
Lower tax.
Oh no.
Sakaki Onzai says, Emspex sounds like a lovely lady. Don't kill me.
I would never.
Blaine 20 says, Josh, stop letting Nick post defamatory doxing stuff on your site, bro.
He's giving me a bad reputation. First it was the Weeb Wars, now it's this shit. Or what was the other one? Comicsgate. And it's all this trouble you're bringing me, Nick.
Yeah, well, and I forced you to keep that video from New Zealand apparently too.
Did they say that?
No, only that one New Zealand guy who I got a direct message on Facebook from an actual Kiwi who was really pissed off that I asked if they hacked you via email. I thought that was the least offensive thing that was said in that stream, but I guess not.
What? All those fucking articles calling New Zealand by the Mari name, the Anatolia or whatever the fuck. That was so strange. I've never New Zealand. I thought New Zealanders were normal, but Kiwis, all sorts of Kiwis are fucked up. Apparently, that's all I gotta say.
All I gotta say is that guy was real mad when we started the conversation, but he was pretty chilled out by the end, so it was good. It was good. Well, me and New Zealand are fixed now. You and New Zealand, I don't think you're on the same
No,
terms.
I don't think I can ever step. That's the funny thing is I don't think I have an outstanding warrant anywhere in the world. But I probably legitimately cannot fucking go to New Zealand now because I would be arrested for propagating controlled video footage or whatever.
Do you see they're selling it now? You can buy it from the New Zealand
if
government
you're-
for like $100.
Wait,
It's like
the footage that they banned
$115.
someone.
Yeah. Okay. So you know about that shooting in New Zealand, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's-
and they
it's
banned
not
someone
the
for,
video,
Or
it's
they,
the,
or they got
it's-
someone like arrested, right, for posting.
Or wait,
Yes.
is it the manifesto that they're selling?
It's the manifesto they're selling for like $115
okay.
to report.
How shameful is that, though? You're so you're going ahead and you're monetizing.
Well, they're not selling it. It's just a fee to the government for access to this
for
perfect
archival
document.
information,
That's so
Yeah.
bogus.
Yeah. Good job. Good job. But yeah. No, you'll never be in a Lord of the Rings movie.
No.
Okay, let's see. Guns Down in Hale says Drexel helped Josh with his pickup game. That was a dismissive chuckle.
Yeah, he's like, I can't help this guy.
You gotta go bare
my
chest,
magic.
open shirt to begin.
Drexel, have you ever been with Ukrainian chicks?
Hold on. I know a Ukrainian Russian. Didn't smash
Hey.
though. So
He had to go through the
he
mental
can't help you.
Rolodex.
I'm sorry, no.
no, so yeah. Look, when you asked me
very
about like,
roundabout way of saying that I'm completely fucked and beyond help. Thank you,
yeah,
everybody.
look, Em, when you ask me a question like, "Have you ever been with?" This, it's like it's literally like Nick's. It's a Rolodex. I gotta be like, okay, hold up. Okay, regions, time periods.
It's a humble brag.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. As of
No,
right
it's
now,
like he's downloading the jump program in the Matrix.
yeah. So, but you know, though, I'll tell you what, Em. I'm gonna change that. I don't think Ukraine's been completely cucked, right? Most Eastern Bloc European countries haven't been cucked.
Ukraine's a funny country.
You know,
They had I don't know if is the president of Ukraine still that boxer?
No, the president of Ukraine is a chocolate man.
Okay, but for like just a couple years ago, it was that heavyweight boxing. Remember that guy, the big hairy Ukrainian dude who was heavyweight? Don King promoted him.
really?
Yeah, you don't remember that guy?
I remember the Klitschko brothers. That's like,
Yeah, Klitschko is.
but that's not a Ukrainian name.
No, I think okay. Apparently, you're thinking of Vitaly Klitschko, which is the president of Kiev, which is the administrative capital of Ukraine.
Okay, he was. Wait a minute.
He's
Hold
a
on.
big guy. Poroshenko is the chocolate man. He owns a big chocolate company. He's like a
Okay.
billionaire because he makes
Vladimir
Ukrainian chocolate.
Klitschko.
Yes, Poroshenko appointed him as mayor of Kiev, but I don't think he's.
Oh, okay. I thought he was like the president or
Oh, I was about
chief
to
or
say.
whatever of it.
You know what's crazy? Someone just asked me if in the chat, I think it was like Eagle Alone or something, had I been with a midget? No, but you know, a true story about a midget though. I can't even lie to you, man.
Oh, come on.
I know. Look, so okay, I'm sure you didn't see The Wolf of Wall Street, like the one guy who didn't. But what ends up happening is that you get to a point where you have to start coming up with like new things to do, right? You just start going like, I need to try, and blank. So I was talking about this with a couple of guys I know, and I said, you know what? They showed me this. There's a midget in Thailand. I kid you not. She is I think she's like Russian. She's Ukrainian. Crazy enough. I think she's actually Ukrainian.
Well, you can chalk 2 off the list, right?
Right? She's either Russian or Ukrainian. She is a white chick who moved to, I believe, Vietnam. There wasn't enough black dudes, so she went to Thailand. She has a tattoo of Africa, the entire continent, on her butt cheek. Because she's black only, she jungle fever. It happens, right? And these
And
guys
she's a
were telling me
Ukrainian
about this. She's
midget?
legendary, right? So I said to myself, no. And then they showed me like videos and stuff, and I went, a midget. So I tried to, because I'm 6'6", 6'7". So I started kind of like trying to imagine it. And I remember seeing old Howard Stern video long ago where Bridget the midget was on,
Yeah.
and Howard Stern goes, let me see if I can do this. So Howard Stern stands up, looks down, he's like, no, I just can't. And he couldn't bring himself to do it. However, I sat there and I thought to myself, I can't smash a midget because they look like children to me.
Because they're pre-smashed.
Well, yeah, they are. I mean, like, they're half the size, right? So all of a sudden, I came up with this idea. What if the new thing was no longer threesomes is played out? Okay, that's like 2016, right?
Uh-huh.
We don't do threesomes anymore. 2.5somes.
Come
Oh
on.
my god.
I want you to just kind of like imagine it though. Like you get a normal sized chick and a midget. Imagine what you can do though.
I would rather not.
That's cool.
You don't want to imagine?
No, I don't need that.
No.
All
Look,
the
man.
shit you just said
I mean,
makes me feel
they got, like,
really bad for midgets because it's like imagine being a midget woman and you made yourself, you've prettied yourself up as much as possible, and then fucking Drexel saying, "Oh, you look like a kid. I can't fuck you because you look."
Yeah,
like
I
a
know.
child."
Like, but so,
That's awful. Like how mean.
So Josh, but here's the problem though. When I say they look like it's because of the height imbalance, right? So like, we had to smash this lawyer chick way back when.
We had to
So this lawyer chick, we had to smash this lawyer chick, right? And
there goes my ad revenue.
She's 5 foot even, and I'm kind of like,
So you're close because I think the definition
it's like, is it
4'10" or something.
4'10",
4'9", 4'10", something.
But even a 5 footer to me, even if she's a grown woman, looks childish because of the physical height. I'm just kind of like, yeah, I just can't. But then once I saw that tattoo of Africa on that
You
midget,
wanted to bust the reins.
I thought to myself, I could do this. But
Would you say Wakanda
Wait.
forever?
Where was the
we
tattoo?
will literally, I will get with a midget and the real chick will be like this. And do a
That's all
Wakanda
it's
forever
like.
salute.
Whoop whoop whoop.
Yeah, you just go ahead. I mean, you go in. So it's like, you gotta, here's what happens. You gotta come up with new things, man. Like, there's only so many Beckys you can do. There's only so many, Juanitas, Shaquishas you can do. Eventually you're like, I gotta come up with something else. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to start going down the BBW route. I mean, dark things happen down that route, man. I'm just telling you. It's things happen.
Null would know.
Dark things. I mean,
Dark things indeed.
I mean, things start happening, man. I'm just saying, like, Josh, I don't know if you watched the stream where Nick, someone in the chat asked about, like, what big chick would I smash? I think I settled on, was it Tess Holliday or like Melissa McCarthy?
No, it was Melissa
Oh
McCarthy.
my god.
Because I said she's
You
got a great
can't
personality.
smash Tess Holliday. Tess does all the smashing.
She's smashing whole cakes.
She's smashing the earth.
Said you would
You-
fuck
but here's the thing,
Melissa
though.
McCarthy?
Wait, say it again.
You said you would fuck Melissa
Oh,
McCarthy?
hold on.
Okay,
The
Melissa
short answer
McCarthy
to
is
this
in way
question
better
is
shape
yes.
than Tess Holliday.
Hold on, Josh.
Like,
Context.
just to be fair.
Context. It had to be a famous BBW. So just with that alone, you don't have that many options because most famous women aren't big women. You see what I'm saying? So you got a limited pool. You're like, okay, so of that limited pool, what big chick would I smash? And I was like, at least with Melissa McCarthy, cute face. I mean, all big chicks got good hands. They all got good manicure. But
Melissa McCarthy looks like
okay,
Miss Piggy, though.
manicures and pedicures. Have you ever, Josh? Let me ask you something. Have you ever known a big chick who didn't have immaculate hands and feet? Be honest. You ever notice that? Like maybe
Yes,
they
I
do or
have.
do not
It's
have a
just
cute
that-
face. But Josh, you know what I'm talking about, right? They all have like great hands, right? Like, oh, I got my
Big
nails
women-
in.
Yeah,
Oh, look
Josh.
at my feet.
You know what he's talking about.
You know what I'm saying? Man, people keep saying that they don't know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about, man.
I just remember specifically when I was in college, my English teacher, my English professor, was a woman who was big, but she was very well done. Like she prettied up
Thank you.
everything. And I mean, not all of them do it though. Some of them just look fucking disgusting. That's a gross generalization.
I give you
It's just
that. Okay. So Josh, you can at least admit this though, right? If they're not just the ones who just gave up, right? As long as they're not just someone, because I mean, you could be a skinny chick who gave up. You know what I'm saying? So as long as they aren't just someone who just said, "I give up," you look at the hands and feet, and they're always immaculate. So when I told you about creating my perfect chick, Nick, I said I want big girl hands. Her hand game is fierce.
But then when you say that, it's like I'm just imagining like a regular sized woman with like those pudgy little sausage hands. And
so maybe we got to go with how something feels, not the actual like physical presence, because otherwise it would look really Frankensteinish. Like you'd be like, okay, so I want the butt from this girl, but she's gotta have the legs of this.
And the Stay Puft Marshmallow hands of Melissa McCarthy.
Yeah. You want the marshmallow hands of Melissa or Tess. Now with Tess.
She can scoop out half a cake with those hands.
But see, I would go for Tess because I know if you keep feeding her, Josh, a feeder.
No.
If you keep feeding her, she'll eventually croak, man. You can get the money. Like, Tess, you eat that cake, girl. You eat that cake.
Really fucking fat.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, give her the icing, whatever it takes. Yeah, why not?
Oh my god.
This holiday has like 200 pounds or on Melissa McCarthy.
Yeah, I mean, she is huge.
Josh. I've read her official statement. She's a stunning 260.
Oh, she's full
Stop. I'm 250.
Tess Holliday's arms weigh 260.
Yeah. She's 260 like bullet trains are getting built in California.
You're right. Look, man, you guys know. Look, you know what? People need to start going ahead and doing it. Look, man, these fat chicks need love too. Every now and then, like I said, like I have like a big chick quota. I told Nick this. I made so M. Look, whether you have a boyfriend or not.
God.
Okay, let me ask you this: women have a certain quota, do they not? Like at some point, they're like, I just want to get with a thug for a weekend, or I want to get with, and they will pick a type, right? Women do this.
Do they?
Does she? Well, you gotta let her answer.
Go ahead. I'm just curious.
I don't.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like women that you've encountered in general, just women in general, women you've encountered. Women will be like, I want blank, a certain type. They're not saying they're going to date him. They're not going to marry him. They have a certain archetype, right? That they want to get with at that very particular time. Do you think that
promiscuous women probably do? But
No.
like, Ims is just like a weirdo internet person in college. She doesn't strike me as the type that'd be like, yeah, you know, I wanna fuck my whole life up today. Let me go date a gangbanger. That's what I'm in the mood for. Like,
hey man, it happens. I'm not gonna lie. Look, man, there are times when you like.
Oh my god.
They'll sit there and be like, man, I need an Asian girl. They're just like, man, you know what? Yeah.
You pull open the menu then, right?
You just pull up on the menu. So just like a big, like if you get, like I told you this, if you get with too many spinners, you have to have a big chick to balance it out. You're like, damn, I want those fat hands. Like you need sausage hands, like every now and then.
I don't appreciate being called into that.
That was a bit much. That's a bit much. Lee Timms says, Nick, what is your opinion on Remington losing the we got to change the subject. What is your opinion on Remington losing the liability ruling for Sandy Hook, and how do you think it will affect future lawsuits for firearm makers? I don't know that they lost. I think they just lost the appeal that they're immune from the lawsuit. Well, it'll just, eventually lawsuits make everything more expensive. So there's the answer to that. And Blaine20 says, PSA, please check out Tug's comic book fund. There you go. Check that out as well. Good Lord. What have you done?
I don't know how the stream went left, man. I don't know what happened.
Left? Stream went south.
I don't know what happened just there. You know, things happen.
Next is, that all came from you helping Josh with his pickup game.
Oh,
and, yeah, you need to.
Whoever donated that $20 fucking got their money's worth.
That was $2. And you didn't help him. You're uniquely unqualified to.
He said that he hadn't been with a Ukrainian girl, so he can't help.
Oh, he's in Ukraine.
Well,
I have a question. It's been burning inside me. I have to get this out. That tattoo of Africa on that chick's
Where
butt,
is it?
No. Was it just a black tattoo, or did it have like the red, green, and black, stripes?
Oh, like, were you saying like, was she going African Bambaataa kind of look?
Yeah,
like a dashiki.
Was it just black, or did it have that African tricolor?
No. It was just the black outline. Like just black ink outline of the continent.
So she's not committed. Not committed to it. There's no commitment there if you're not filling that
she's
in.
committed. She's committed to the BBC. She's committed.
Oh my god. Nemo's Space, thanks for the donation. The Killer Critic says Pony Toast looks like he's from To Catch a Predator. Well, that's brutal. Nemo's Space says, can you help me promote a charity stream if I tweet you? Sure, I guess. I don't know. It depends on the charity stream. Rick Nikita says, wrong think is forbidden on Pretty Ugly Little Liars. Scrotus Swatch says, Nikki Rackets and the Drex spreading the truth. And, well, I guess with the Drex spreading them cheeks. Pragmatic Culture says, can you ask Josh what's with the Null name? Sounds kind of gay and cringe.
The origin is even worse. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think I've ever said this on a stream because it's embarrassing. But I'll just get it out there. When I was 19, and I was thinking of a way to like, okay, what's gonna be my nickname for this this website administrative shit? And I was like, let me just take Moot's name and get a synonym, and that is literally the origin of it. It's just some bullshit.
Aww.
It is the worst fucking thing, but now it's out there because somebody paid money to get the answer.
And
so there you go.
Well, I'm glad that you addressed it. It's definitely cringe pilled. Captain Vax says, Lord Inquisitor, rumor has it the day of reckoning will come on the 15th. The loyal guardsmen of the Death Corps stand ready to deliver the Emperor's justice alongside yourself and Chapter Master Beard. First time donating. Also tell Tweety I said hi. Hi, Tweety. Yeah, I can't wait for the 15th. I think it's going to be real funny. Reality's coming in the form of a bus. A bus of peace, we'll call it. I like the Spike Man says 3D PG weebs remove 3D. We are here. We are woo. Get used to it. Dezu. I don't know what that means. Oh. I don't speak internet very well yet, but I'm working on it. Motoko Kusanagi says, "Rip, I'm late, but you're not too late. You're never too late." Intimidator 108 or 0108 says, "Hi Nick, loved your response to my tweet about Ren." Oh, good. I'm glad. Tillip says, "Ask Josh about his chair." Josh, what kind of chair you got, buddy?
Oh, I've got a fucking Wings of Redemption squeaky chair that when I started streaming, I realized, I'm not sitting in the wooden chair for streams. I have to like roll it out and get my kitchen chair because my actual office chair squeaks like Wings of Redemption.
It squeaks, but does it look like Buffalo Bill from
no
Silence of the Lambs took to it? I mean,
Noel doesn't know that. He hasn't seen the Shane chair.
You haven't seen Shane's chair?
You have?
Yes, because last time I was with Nick, he read super chats that brought up the fucking chair, and he's like, "Josh,
okay,
I have to look at the fucking chair right now." Yeah, it looked like an insane person had taken a carving knife and was just taking strips and chunks out of this chair to build lampshade.
Well, he was building a more beautiful chair somewhere else with pieces of it.
with fat girl hands.
Stefan Sanderson says, "We are what we eat, so it makes sense that Shane has the intelligence of a shoe." As rude. The DCV Titan says, "Who else hears a collective reeing in the distance?" Oh, I think this stream might make some people out there on Twitter mad. I think it made some people in the chat mad, to be honest. Josh, you're just destroying my credibility. Rude.
People, okay, there was somebody on Twitter who replied to your tweet saying that I'd be on today. And he said something like, Josh is a scumbag. I'll check the next one out, Nick. Motherfucker, I know you're listening. I know you didn't skip this one. So to you specifically, it's so nice. I'm glad you could join us, my friend. I'm glad you could join us.
Well, there you go. There you go. You're like a magnet for people who love and hate you.
It's true.
Angel Rin 89 says, "Did Ty Beard see Fist of the Beard Star meme?" I believe so. I sent it to him. I believe he did watch it. So, I'll have to follow up with him on that. Ryu Sketches says, "Does Drexel have his own YouTube channel?"
No,
probably the most common question.
It's gotten real common. Yeah, it's coming next year, man. I mean, you know how it is.
Would love to watch him talk about politics and other stuff. Other stuff being smashing midgets, apparently.
Don't forget about them hands. Them hands.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you got to Well, now there are different types of little people, right? Like if we use the
Oh my god.
because there's midgets and then there's dwarfism, which is different.
Is that the ones with the big foreheads?
I don't know.
Which one's which?
I don't know.
Can you help?
No, I can't.
Josh, can you help?
I don't know which one's which, but I know there's ones that look normal but are just really small,
There's really
and then
small.
there's ones that have like the fucked up limbs and shit.
Okay, yeah, okay. Dwarfism. Dwarfism is like the, like elongated forehead and like your dimensions are different.
Like Tyrion Lannister, we're saying.
Yeah.
The guy from Game of Thrones.
Peter Dinklage.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage.
He's considered a dwarf.
I think he's a dwarf.
Yeah, correct. He's a dwarf. Okay, so now if Peter Dinklage was a female and hot,
Hey,
I could do a Game of Thrones role play.
people dead ass think that Peter Dinklage is a sexy midget. I don't.
Peter Dinklage is an attractive man, though. Real talk. Like when he was in Days of Future Past as Bolivar Trask, like if I were a chick looking at, I'd be like, no. I mean, he would have to get like a mutant power to grow, but otherwise, yeah, Peter Dinklage.
Like Super
He
Chief or
did that
whatever.
Africa tattoo.
Yeah, it's.
You get an Africa tattoo on his butt, and you are down.
Yeah, man, the things happen, man. That's all I'm saying.
Dinklage and Drexel cellmates. A love story.
Look, man, you gotta have a sense of humor about it. You gotta look at this stuff and just kind of look at it and be like, I mean, well, I just recently got asked to do a Harry Potter role play.
Uh-huh.
Now, I've never seen a Harry Potter movie.
Are
I've
you
never
Hermione? Did they assign you Hermione?
No, they didn't. I'm probably gonna be Voldemort. I'm casting spells on
What?
cheeks.
This is
Voldemort's the villain.
He who shall not be
Voldemort
named.
looks like a snake, though.
Wait, what's that?
Voldemort looks like a snake, though.
Don't
Like, he has no
don't
nose.
open up this joke, please don't. Please. You'll see Voldemort when you hear the zip. That's good.
But
Lord.
you could turn in just like with cosplay, right? Everyone in this chat, I'm assuming, is at least familiar enough with cosplay anime. Like you can turn anything sexual. If you can turn some animals sexual, come on, furries.
Otter's looking real good this
I
time.
mean, otter. I mean, if an otter can turn into a sex symbol or whatever, well, of course you could turn Peter Dinklage or Hermione or whoever into a sex. You're like, I mean.
Are you saying people have the ability to turn Emma Watson into a sexual symbol? I'm shocked.
Well, even just the image of her. Like, if you put someone in any kind of makeup or something, like I've seen Zero Suit Samus in Smash Bros. Zero Suit, I bet you there's some cosplayers right now as Zero Suit Samus, right? Hot, right? I'm sure there's some chick out there that's like, I'm Zero Suit Samus. Look at me, I'm busty, I'm attractive, and a dude be like, man, all of a sudden a Metroid role play doesn't seem so bad.
All right, we're gonna move on. Let's see. Architect of Fate says Count Dankula got arrested because he was doxxed.
Ouch.
There you go. I don't actually know if that's why he got arrested, but
I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure they could have found him.
yeah,
I'm
maybe.
pretty sure the government
Maybe.
knows exactly where he lives.
He doesn't have a distinct look or voice or a very popular YouTube channel. Joshua Bailey says there's too much value in victimhood. I think I agree with that. Taco Jones says Drexel looks so bored. Yeah, you really did earlier.
Did I?
This
I was
is
just listening.
This is 2 hours ago.
I was just listening.
I'm just saying.
Okay, well,
bringing down the energy of the stream.
No, I was never bored, man. I was just listening. This is it's different. Like that's why I appreciate M and Josh. Just me, I like listening to different viewpoints and all that. People from all different kind of corners of the world. So
yeah,
I mean, I never knew what a feeder was until tonight. I didn't know that much about the Vic Mignogna thing until you told me. I was like, oh, I know about Me Too. I mean,
yeah.
You know me. You gotta set the tripod on these thoughts. So it is what it is. You better do POV. Don't know what could happen, man. Chicks
That's what you mean by set up the tripod.
Yeah, you gotta set the tripod, man.
You meant like a literal tripod with a camera on it.
Correct.
Yeah,
you gotta have. So consent videos are coming to Pornhub. That's gonna be like the new thing. Like, do you consent? Yes. It's coming.
They sign a contract.
Sign a
together?
contract, yeah, man. You gotta get those NDAs.
I was saying that the consent contracts, like that'll just be wallpaper in fraternity dorms.
Correct. Yeah. Real talk. Like, okay, like if someone is, you say you're in a frat, right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden with Me Too, all of a sudden dudes gonna be like, oh, hold up, let's make sure. You said there was an app for that now, right?
Someone said that in
Someone
the chat.
said in the chat.
I'm not aware of the app.
So I'm sure that these frats know. The frats got to know, right? All right, word gets around. All right, man, we got to make sure we got the fingerprint. We got to do X, Y, and Z. Here's the non-disclosure agreement. Here's the consent form. Here's the video on both of our phones with a front-facing camera, 10 megapixel now. Whatever
All
it is.
10 of them megapixels.
All 10 of them megapixels. I want to. You can see her. You are not in danger, right, Thought? No.
Yeah, but they can't see the gun off screen.
But you got to wide shot it. That's why you got the tripod, multiple angles.
Hey, I've seen ISIS can do it. I think.
Yeah, ISIS does. Hey, their videos are real. No, I'm not in danger. Dudes look terrified.
Anyway, let's move off
Anyways.
that subject quick. What do we got? This stupid thing scrolls too much. Karen D says, let's get this straight for grammar's sakes. Doxing has one X. The more X's in the word is how gay the op is that got the dox.
Very true.
That's a good way to look at it, I think. The Texan 83 says, Gavin Free and Meg Turney of RT had someone show up at their house firing off his gun. If you think it's already public, so then go fact yourself. So there you go. I don't know who Gavin Free and Meg Turney of RT are. Or is that Russia Today?
Russia Today sounds right.
Yeah, I guess. Well, see, because I'm in this stupid anime world now, I see RT and I think Rooster Teeth, and I don't know what else it would be. Skeet Neat says, hello, Nick. I finally built my computer, and I just wanted to ask you this. Are you Jay Bauman's long-lost crypto Jew brother? I don't think so.
Do you know who that is?
No. Who's that?
Jay Ballman is the co-host of Red Letter Media. Like Half in the Bag and Best of the Worst. Do you not watch them? They're
No,
fantastic.
I didn't, but I've seen screenshots of the guy now that you mentioned that.
Yes, yeah. He's there's two modes of Jay. He's either like a scraggly homeless person, or he does look pretty much exactly like you.
Oh, so the RT is Rooster Teeth, I'm being told vehemently by the chat. So it's not Russia Today, apparently. It was Rooster Teeth. Yeah, and thank you for telling me I look like a scraggly homeless guy. That's great.
No, that's his. It's like in the anime when the muscle guy has to yell for a couple episodes to transform. That's like Jay's untransformed form, and then once he yells, he becomes the buff dude with like the nice hair.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Like his Super Saiyan form.
Thank you. That's very relatable and weird. The Coke Master says, "What do if you were swatted and you have guns?" I mean,
if you're the guy who got doxxed, you got swatted, you're saying,
and you have guns,
don't do anything, don't reach for them.
Yeah, I mean, there may be swatting is a hard thing to deal with because they are coming in
hot.
They're coming in hot, and you want to be like on the ground, prostrate, nothing going on.
Question. But okay, so the guy that Tyler Barris swatted, that was the wrong guy. Like you said, he just kind of like opened the door, like wondering what's going on, and was killed. But it's like, if you're swatted, you don't know you've been swatted. You see, well, obviously, if two idiots are arguing online, but if you did get swatted,
now if they do a no-knock entry and they just battering ram down the door, then you know you're swatted.
Well, that's how they snatched my brother. Remember, he was just when he was playing the game, they just came in.
Yeah,
they took the hard phone through the window and apprehended him. What if they would have thought that his PlayStation controller was a gun? Yeah, he's gone.
I know. I can hear his voice in my head when that thing crashes through the window. Man. Him going, "What the hell?"
Right? You already know. You know him. So yeah. Oh man.
He didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve it.
Well.
Don't. No, come on.
His ex-girlfriend was a. Hold up. Let's make sure we get the checklist. Used meth, a stripper, maybe escort. Coming from a broken home, like she had like all the boxes checked. Did I say stripper already?
Yeah, we need to hook her up with Russell Greer.
yeah, she checked all the boxes. So it's like, well, yeah.
Hey, she's changed. Kodiak says the dog likes treats. Please no flash and clear. Aw, I pray for Pupper. Lil Poo Poo says if you are swatted by a trap, is it still gay? I think it's super gay at that point. Proto Falzar says, I suspect Sabbath is hiding skeletons. The self-appointed arbiters of justice will bury you alive and hide the evidence against them in your grave. That's depressing. Blue Nowhere 999 says, it's raining shekels. Oh no. Comic-Con Freak says, Drexel, thank you for your sexy deep voice. Mm-hmm.
I hope that was a chick, man.
I mean, what does it really matter?
I mean, if they're paying you, go ahead.
What if it was Peter Dinklage? Listless Azure says, people forget that uploading photos can give IP. Yeah, that's like, and that's going deeper. Like when you're talking about scraping metadata out of stuff to find people, that's getting into that swordfish level of hacking, at least from my normie perspective. So I have no idea how to do that. I'd have to hire someone to dox. That'd be a... Automata says, if Drexel does ever create a YouTube channel, I'm sure he's got a bunch of the only good type of SUBS racked up here. Oh, subscribers. Subs.
Oh, okay.
Subs. Also, maybe plug Q. Yeah, my man Q's channel is going. He's posting videos every couple days. Definitely check it out. I think it's called Out of the Darkness. Yeah, I'll be sharing some of his videos very soon. Talbot Link says, burner phone paid for with cash and dialing *67. Not secret that this is good for anonymous calls. Basic /B-tard knowledge. There you go. Joshua Ryan, thank you for the donation. Addie M says, I present a motion to have Drex and Ty team up to overthrow Nick and become the sole hosts of the live stream. Nick, I'm sure you'll be a guest. Rude.
Ouch.
Coming into my house and taking over my...
disrespect.
Cucking me out of my own stream.
Cucking out your own stream, man. Well, say that for the 48 hour.
Hey, come on. We're not making this a thing. Chad, he's telling me I need to do a 48-hour stream at some milestone, like 100,000 subscribers. Or something.
We'll go 36 hour. At wait, what are you at now?
Add
50,
12.
52? What are you at now?
I'm at 53, almost 54.
Okay, at 75,000, go 36.
Why do you do this to me?
And then at 100,000, go 48, like a two-day live stream.
You trying to end my marriage?
Yes. Yes.
Rude. Rude. Automata says, the siren song of the underboob, a classic tale. That was in reference to the Vic thing.
Who is Ty, by the way?
Ty's the lawyer. Vic's lawyer.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I gotta say one more thing about that Vic thing.
What's that?
The man has a policy. Oh, man, hold on. Drex, you're a famous voice actor.
Of course.
You're at a convention.
Mm-hmm.
Chick comes up, dressed in cosplay nothing, right?
She's Zero Suit Samus.
Some straps. And she says, will you sign my breasts? Would you do it?
Pre-Me Too or post-Me Too?
No, now. You. Would you do it right now?
No. Yeah, like I told you, with Me Too, all the Chads and Tyrones, we changed the game. We were taking more precautions.
Now, do you have a moral problem with signing breasts?
Absolutely not.
In private, would you sign a breast?
Not with Me Too. Me Too changed everything.
Okay, so it changed everything. Vic has a policy against signing breasts.
Mm-hmm.
Been asked several times by women to do it. They're trying to say this man gets like the finger on the underboob, and that's, I mean...
Well, context matters. You and I talked about this earlier. Me being a taller guy, like where you hug someone matters based on their bust size. Like if a woman is flat chested and she's tall, the hug is going to be your hand will be at a different level.
Yeah.
Than a shorter, bustier woman if you're a taller man. Like, when you hug them, your hand is kind of naturally around their...
I just thought of I'm sorry you're making a point, but I just thought of the name of your Peter Dinklage porno.
Oh, God, what is it?
Game of Tyrones.
Oh, man.
I couldn't hold it.
Well, you know what's bad, though? You can make that like a blacked series.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can roll with it.
A black gay midget series.
Well, why is it always gotta be gay, man?
Well, you said Peter Dinklage.
I said Peter Dinklage was he's a handsome midget. I'm not smashing dudes or traps or trans. Look, the chat got it all messed up. So Josh, you've been taken out of context, and then from that point forward, everyone thinks that you're like Drex is the tranny chaser. Like
Well,
everything everybody believes about me is 100% true.
But see, look, I have like people. It's like 95% of everything people believe about me is true. It's just that 5%. I make one comment about the trans community, and now everyone's like, "Oh, it's the tranny guy." Like, oh, here we go. Oh, man,
Shifting gears like the best tranny.
but that game of Tyrone's, I like that.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah,
You can call that your crew or whatever.
yeah. I call the crew.
The
Yeah,
Smash crew. Call it Game of
oh,
Thrones.
yeah. All it is a mass text for me, and we get it popping.
Okay. Masked to Plainview says SJWs are attracted to the mob mentality that comes with social media. Why have proof when likes and shares will do? It's pathetic. Very true. The Lazy Name says, thanks for doing this. You're welcome. Enigma1788 says, Nick, have you seen my Dragon Ball comic that I tagged you with on Twitter? I think Drex would enjoy it. Look up hashtag Chad and Tyrone. We'll check that out in a little bit. Steven Alvarez says, social media is high school culture. Kind of obvious. I think actually the voice acting community is high school culture. That's what I'm learning about.
Very
this.
clicky.
It's very clicky.
Yeah, I'm
it's
not
very
into that.
catty. It's vicious. Comic book freak. No, wait. Yama fan says, I saw a rumor that Toei is angry at the voice actors for what they're doing to Vic and are thinking of cutting them. That'd be funny. That'd be very funny. Comic-Con Freak says, just when we think things are starting to calm down a little, a new person steps forward with a tweet like a new challenger in Super Smash Bros.
Nice.
Ian Conant says, oh wait, no, I read that one. Ichicinco Negroni. Hashtag I stand with Dominique is a new hashtag by her fans.
That's embarrassing.
Pure speculation. How many of those fans are 28 to 37 white males with beards that you could clean a rusted pot with?
98%.
The truth comes out.
She's married, y'all. She's just putting it on display. She's not handing it out no matter how hard you white knight for her on Twitter. Oh my goodness. King, like all you're getting is that Instagram. That's the closest you're ever getting to a Dominique Sky. King KDI says, why would you dox people in the first place? Well, I don't dox people, so I don't have an answer to that. Do you guys want to take that on?
I can talk about it.
Yeah.
In general, like I don't do it very often because I don't usually care enough about something to do it. But like Zed, who's the guy who doxed Jim, for instance, he likes challenges, and he'll usually look for challenging information. Like if somebody says that somebody can't get doxed, he'll get way more interested in it. But he's like a weirdo. He's really invested in it and is really, really good at it. So he
That
just
is the best doxer on the site.
He gets the hardest Sudoku puzzles that only have like there's like a number 9 in the top right corner, and he still fucking figures it all out somehow.
Yeah, go ahead.
For me, I mean, I can only speak for me personally, and kind of in the larger context of Kiwi Farms as a site. Personally, I think if you are putting docs out there because you expect something to happen with it, that's a little fucked up. I think that's definitely the wrong perspective to take. I mean, Kiwi Farms, we're a gossip board. I mean, we're talking about weirdos on the internet. And for a lot of people, like, it's just a username, you know? People can come out here and be talking about like the craziest shit, and you don't really know anything about them. And so I think it's natural to want to know more about like crazy people and what they're all about. And in a lot of cases, docs can just be like a tool to do that, to get more context to a person. You know, a lot of times it, like Null said before, it doesn't matter. Like nothing happens for it, and that's fine. Like I don't want stuff to happen to people. Like,
Yeah,
you know, you shouldn't be swatting people.
One thing that's strange is sometimes you get like if you want to know about like a name change, there's a lot of reasons why somebody might put on a fake name when they're doing business. and sometimes they're like convicted sex offenders, or
Oh
sometimes
yeah.
like their legal history is insane. There's that one woman from IBS who was like the most insane, insipid old thought ever to exist. And then
Hmm.
we did a lookup of her court history in California, and she's been sued in debtor's court like a dozen times. So it's like, this is a woman who is really bad at finances and who's like a grifter. She just goes from famous person to famous person, trying to get money. That's why she was with Ice Poseidon.
Oh, Corinne?
Yes, Corinne. She's been sued many times by credit agencies because she's a debtor.
You know what's funny about Corinne?
Mm.
So my channel went from live views of like 400 or 500 to 600, and then they jumped to like 5,000, right? And the moment that they hit that 5,000 mark, Corinne slid right into my DMs on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
I mean, immediately. And I was like, I have never talked to you. I've only heard about you on like I think Jim's thing about her, and then she was, you know, on the Ralph Retort or whatever on Killstream, and that's it. But she was there immediately, like, "Hey, blah blah blah. I'm this person. I want to help out." And I'm like, "Is that the real Corinne? That's depressing."
Yeah, no, she does that. She's contacted me multiple times where she like my thing is I've developed strategies for dealing with every kind of personality disorder imaginable, because I get them all as a result of hosting the site. And there's a specific disorder for people who want the negative attention that the site brings them. For whatever reason, they want it really bad. And usually it's by people who have a fetish for shame, specifically diaper furries. They
What?
they
Come on.
love it. They want negative attention. They want their nudes out there. They want to be seen with, like, this one guy has been sending me pictures of him sucking a pacifier in nothing but a diaper, holding up his, you know, his driver's license, his
His
passport,
social security card.
his social security card. He's been sending me this email like, please put this on the front page. So I ignore those emails usually, but the first time I get them, I have a stock reply, which is 90% effective at never receiving a second email from somebody who wants attention. And the message I send is, I am not interested in promoting your content at this time. This is the most dull corporate thing I can possibly come up with for telling somebody I don't care about them at all and never want to see them again. And the only two people who have ever continued to message me after that first email is this fucking idiot who keeps sending me his goddamn social security card, and Corinne. Corinne followed up by saying, if you're not interested in promoting my content this time, why are you hosting this thread about me? And I replied like 5 times with the exact same message, and she replied every goddamn time with a different email until eventually I just started ignoring her.
Now, I'm more interested in you educating Drexel on diaper furries.
Okay, imagine
I mean,
a grown-ass man
like,
who's
no-
wearing a diaper and
I
is
mean,
also
what
a
we're
dog.
talking about is he's talking about having a quota. We got to get a diaper furry on the quota. I think.
I have a midget quota, a fat chick quota. I never had a diaper furries
Look,
quota.
you're just tiptoeing towards the deep end, my friend.
Well, look, now I'm aware of adult babies. The first time I ever saw it, I was in 9th or 10th grade. It was on Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
And I thought it was fake. And Jerry's like, "Oh, we got adult babies." And, Josh, look that episode up. I bet you it'll pop up. Like, just like, Jerry Springer adult babies. And
I remember being 12 and having a TV in my room. It could only get channels 1 through 60 or something. So I would have to flip through and find entertainment at odd hours, because I've always been like a weirdo up at late hours, even as a kid.
No. Shocker.
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So
Me
having
too,
to find,
buddy.
it's infomercials. I remember I have so many different infomercials about like quartz and Tasmanian jewelry and shit, and all that stuff's burned into my brain. And Jerry Springer. Jerry Springer hosted a fantastic program, and he always ended the show, I think, by saying, what was his line? He says, be be good to yourself and to others or something. He had a very strange send-off line. But
It was something like until next time. I mean, it was.
he would do a lessons learned. He would do like a Jerry's final thoughts.
Yeah,
the
final
final
thoughts.
thoughts.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
And he would wrap it up in a nice bow and say like these people could have resolved their differences in this way. And until next time, be good to yourself and be good to
be
others.
good to each other. I think I was to say, be good to each
Yeah,
other.
yeah. And I don't know. I've never thought about it too much, but the more I think about it, I think the Kiwi Farms, the culture of the forum, is secretly inspired by Jerry Springer.
Yeah, it's. Oh, I was watching some old Jerry Springer the other day. It was great.
I mean, it reminds me a lot of.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
It reminds me a lot of, whenever there's like an Antifa protest or some kind of socialist protest, and somebody gets arrested, and like it comes out later, like, guess what? This person's parents are actually multimillionaires, and they go to Harvard, and like blah blah blah. And meanwhile, they're out there like advocating for communism and eat the rich and stuff like that. And people like eat that shit up. Like, is that different than doxing? Like, is it different than doxing when some pastor like gets outed, like he got arrested for soliciting sex with gay prostitutes? Like, it's that same kind of thing. Like, we have threads on like a bunch of trannies on the site that have criminal past for sex crimes.
That are dangerous fucking people. And then when you tell people who are friends with them, this is a dangerous fucking person who has no real friends in life. And if you think you're friends with them, you're fucking wrong. And here is a dozen other instances to prove that this person will fuck you the very nanosecond they get an opportunity to enrich themselves by fucking you. And then they'll go, oh, I didn't know that about them, but I really wish I didn't know their dead name. I really wish I didn't know their male name. It's like, motherfucker, I am doing you a benefit. I am doing you a service at this moment in time. Can you shut the fuck up and just listen and stop being retarding? It's very frustrating because it's like your priorities are so fucked up. Like, how did you get this way?
Yeah, I think that's true. Feel good.
But it's kind of motivation is what I'm saying. It's like a stepping stone, finding more information about a person and a lot of the psychology behind what they do.
Sure.
Why they are acting this way. And that's basically it. I mean, and it shouldn't be something that's taken off site. Like, no, don't contact any of these people off site. Like, don't harass them. Don't do any of that shit. It's not necessary.
And the other thing to consider is a lot of them are like genuine dangers. you don't want to insert yourself in their fucking life. Like, make fun of them. Like, I've taken as many precautions as I can to help people stay anonymous on the site so that you can talk about people without fear of repercussion from them. And you should take advantage of that, because the second you go out of your way, even to help them, like there's times where fucking Chris has had various phone numbers of mine that I use to talk to him, and he has given them out without asking me. Like, even as I'm helping him, he's given them out. And I've obviously used like burner numbers and shit with him, but it's just like, I can only imagine, these idiots who try to help Chris, myself included, and then get their shit leaked. And it's happened multiple times, and people still don't realize, oh, maybe this isn't a good idea.
Well, there you go.
Okay, I've seen a lot of people in chat talking about ethical doxing.
I mean,
I don't believe in
guy.
that shit. That's stupid.
Yeah,
I don't care who you dox. I care about if you do something beyond that, because, like I said, it's not necessary. You shouldn't be doing that shit. You shouldn't be trying to affect somebody in real life.
Here's a good anecdote for that. If you watch that John Oliver show about mob mentality or outrage culture that he published about 3 weeks ago, you'll notice that he does a very bad job trying to distinguish why what he does is morally justifiable and why what everybody else does is not. And when you talk about, it's justifiable, it's ethical to dox the people that hurt animals.
It's okay if we dox pedophiles. It's okay if we dox rapists.
But it's not okay when it gets to this. Yeah. It's like, you sound exactly like John Oliver to me. You sound when you listen to him, you'll realize what a pathetic fucking like fence sitter he is on that issue, because it's literally his entire job, and he's trying to condemn it at the same time. It's the exact same fucking thing. And
okay, yeah. And I'm seeing another person talking about how it's funny that we say anonymous. Well, first off, Null's been doxxed.
yeah, everything's fine.
I'm anonymous because I work to keep myself anonymous. I mean, if you figure out who I am and you want to post that shit, Go ahead. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, at least you're consistent, right?
I am. Like, that's why I'm saying there's nothing wrong with doxing. Like, that's the only position you can have, or and then you can't say anything else about shit. Like, well, I mean, it was okay because they doxed like a legit pedo, and it's okay that they doxed, people who fuck animals, and it's okay that they did all this. Everybody has a different line when it comes to morality, So it's either like it's all okay or it's not okay. And my position is it's okay. And that's just me personally.
Yep. And I mean, that's the people have to make up their own minds on all of this stuff, right? It's just like anything. You don't have to be okay with it, or you can be okay with it. That's up to you. Feel Good Always 990 says, so real talk, how do governments like New Zealand not get that videos and dumb stuff on the internet get buried within 5 days max and instead try to do dumb things? Love all of you and can't wait for Game of Tyrones. So we talked about this a little bit, Josh, is that it's the Streisand effect, right? New Zealand drew more attention to that video by trying to have it shut down everywhere.
The video would have lost its steam like within the first, like after I had helped seed it as much as possible. It probably would have lost all of it. Like people would have just seen it and like, oh, it's just people dying and shit, and this guy is spouting off retarded shit. Like that's all it is. What's vastly more interesting is the response from the government. The response from the government is preposterous. I'm still getting emails from people like saying, I got an email. I haven't read this anywhere, but I'll read this. I haven't posted this anywhere, but somebody sent me this yesterday. So this is still going on. Like the reverberations of this is still happening. This is from Spark, which is an ISP in New Zealand. Hi, the recent tragic events in Christchurch have prompted many to look at how they can control the content they see on the internet. Because you have Spark broadband, you can block a lot of harmful content from anyone using your home broadband connection. You can do this using NetShield Basic, which comes at no extra cost with Spark broadband plans. And then it says, what does NetShield Basic block? New pages and content are being created constantly on the internet, so when it comes to blocking harmful content online, no tool can catch anything. NetShield Basic filters an enormous amount of what's out there, making it a great first line of defense. Block content includes abusive content, such as graphic, violence, and hostility based on race, religion, gender, or ethnicity. Websites containing harmful footage and imagery from the Christchurch attack have also been blocked. Illegal activity and pornography. Regards the team at Spark. So they're still like actively going out there.
Maybe they mean illegal pornography.
No, just pornography.
Oh, they just block that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's like in the UK, you have to get a license for your porn, for your smut. So they can put you in a fucking database of pervert motherfuckers.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Okay. That was a long answer to why would you dox people in the first place. DLJ Screwjob says, Ty also said on that stream that some of them have been after Vic for 6 to 7 years, and Toby Bounty Hunters, I think it was Toy Bounty Hunters, mentioned this in chat. When Ruben Langdon publicly supported Vic, Kick Vic tried to find dirt on him too. Of course they did. Talbot Link says, now people are going to Google silicone ball injectors. Good. We like expanding minds here. Seppuku World Champion Cave says, anyone using Stan unironically should be avoided. It's embarrassing. They're worse than boomers. We were saying that.
Oh my God, it's a phrase I started using ironically, and then at some point I just stopped using it ironically, and I can't stop.
What is it? Stan,
the Eminem song, yeah. Stan. Like stalker fan.
Yeah.
This is an aside, but I think Eminem was at the 2019 Oscars and he did a song that he ended with "Bitch, I wrote Stan" as like his as like his sign off for the rap song, and I'm just reminded of that now because it was really, really fucking cringy to see a 50-year-old man singing about a song he wrote when he was at his prime.
Yeah. Well, pretty much anything he does these days is pretty cringy. We were saying that when I was 18, I turned 37 next week. The NPCs reveal themselves by using old terms. Nick, Drex, our gen will be the last original one. I mean, I think every generation thinks that, but we'll see. Y says Chuck Norris lost his hairstylist job and eventually turned himself in. Cuck Norris, not Chuck Norris.
I was about to say.
Eric Clanton, the bike lock guy, was a teacher working in Berkeley. Rhino says Texas allows you to kill prostitutes if it's at night.
Wow.
I wouldn't want that daytime hoe slaying. Above average peen, Jeremy says this is a very entertaining stream going on with, or there is a very entertaining stream going on with Geekdom and Perfection, LMFAO, it's comedy gold. I mean, I guess if that's what you're into. Eduardo Ramirez says comparing Tejas to Cuckstralia, and unsub. Handsome Jack says Vic let kids who found his home address inside his house for a friendly chat. How much you want to bet if the kids do that to Rial, she'd be in hysterics. Calling the cops while Soye has a panic attack in the corner. I did not consent for these kids to talk to us. Ricard says, don't do that. Don't do that for your own safety. Ricard says, hey, Nick, Flash gets dropped a new vid. Dark Templars kill and perform an exterminatus on a furry planet. That's what I was talking about earlier. It's a great video. TLJ Screwjob says, hey, Nick, all those Twit and lawyers are saying testimony will be enough in regards to Monica and Jamie and the quote 30 other women willing to testify. But I stand with Vic is saying that no, you need evidence as well. Can you clear this up for us noobs? No, it'll be up to whose testimony is most convincing to a jury. I mean, that's how, if you have he said, she said, the jury's going to have to decide on which one is more credible. That's how that's going to go. Now, they're certainly not going to get 30 other women to testify. That's wrong. Because if they do, I'm sure Ty will bring in 300 women to testify on his behalf. That's just how that goes. That's why courts don't allow it. Bad Player says, end your TV, refuse to worship the human face. Okay. Mopolo King says, have y'all seen Conspiracy of Silence? Also honk. No, I haven't. The Swoligarch says, Elijah Wood's parents purposefully kept him away from Hollywood parties to ensure his O-ring remained intact.
Wow.
Woo. Derek Alexander says, thanks to the current stream, we all know what Marcellus Wallace looks like. Good job, Nick. Rando number 9 says, Dan, if her shoe size is on the clock, she's ready for the Schneider. Bagel Goose says, show toes, Null, you coward. It's classy, remember? He's calling you out on your classy foot fetish.
Oh yeah, and somebody posted this this comic that I can't show, but it's from Stone Toss, and it's like there's two guys. One's wearing a shirt that says boobs, the other one's wearing a shirt that says ass, and they're shaking hands, and they look in the corner, and there's this hunchback monstrosity wearing a shirt that says feet, and they look down on him with scorn. So.
As they should. Matt Ranostay, thank you for the donation. Mundane Matt's Boulder says, wait, what were the accusations Uma made toward Weinstein and Tarantino? Wasn't it linked to her almost dying on the set of Kill Bill? I'm not aware of that. Are you? I didn't know Uma made accusations about Tarantino.
I haven't heard. If there has, maybe someone can Google it or something. I haven't heard that before.
Sure. Archangel Nishan says, question for Josh and M. At what point would you consider doxing turning into something criminal like child endangerment?
It can't possibly turn into something like it's a loaded
Doxing
question.
itself, no, you would have to include something like a threat.
When does something turn into a crime?
Called a
when you commit
violence.
a crime. Like when does walking down the street turn into assault? Like I guess when you fucking take a stick and start killing somebody with it. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a separate thing. It's like it's always another action on top of the original action. The original action is a neutral thing. If you make a threat though, that's not a neutral statement. That's a crime. If you do a call to violence and say, somebody, if you post like if you post somebody like this is their kid, this is where they go to school, go like kidnap their kid or something, yeah, that's a crime. You know,
the things that you can do with information that hurt somebody are already crimes. They're already, outlawed because they're a dangerous action. You can't with information alone. You cannot hurt somebody unless that information is damaging to them. In which case, it should be known. It's just I don't ever buy any of these arguments because you could say that you could make allegories towards any other thing and get the same kind of results. Like when does anything turn into a crime? Like when you commit a criminal offense. That's that's the answer.
Right.
okay, I'm seeing someone in chat talking about kids getting bullied because of doxing. Okay, where? Like, where is that happening?
Yeah, that's dumb.
That doesn't happen. Nobody
Cyberbullying
cares.
happens because you go to the same fucking school. you don't need to find them. They're at your fucking home class. You can take your mashed potatoes and fling it at them with a spoon. You don't. They're right fucking there.
So there
Like,
you go.
who did we dox and then like somebody started contacting their kids and cyberbullying them? Like,
Well, I mean,
it's always hypotheticals.
the answer, of course, to the threat question is that immediately Dominique Sky suggested not only that she was doxxed, but she and her family were threatened, which is not what happened on the forum at all.
Yeah, that didn't happen at all.
But that's the narrative they went with, because it suited their agenda, right? Like that's
Then
it's more sympathetic if you threaten people.
If me saying this is her daughter's name and a picture of her and her husband and her daughter is endangering her daughter, then why did Dominique Sky not endanger her daughter by posting the exact same information on her public Instagram?
And my information was out there for years, and the bad shit that happened was quickly resolved because it was bullshit. Like, I don't know. It's always this. Like, people have said the same things for many, many, many years, and it's never changed my position. Like, even being having the worst things that could ever possibly happen to you as a result of doxing, all the hypotheticals have occurred to me, and it has not shaken my belief whatsoever.
Someone says, how would you like it if your family's addresses were all made public? Not cool then, huh? Well, do not dox, period. Look, man, if your family owns houses, they are, I hate to say it, but they are public.
Like, dude, my grandfather, my aunt, my other aunt and uncle, my mom's current address, it's all out there. People have compiled it in giant fucking paste bins and shared it around, and like, these are where these people live, and they're all fine. And I feel so fucking bad for anybody who would have the audacity to visit my grandfather, because he is a fucking psychotic Vietnam veteran, and you will regret it. The last moments of your life will be misery. I'm not fucking worried. I'm sorry.
Well, there you go. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Again, people are not going to agree. That's not the point here, is not to convince you to agree with doxing. You make up your own mind on that, for sure. Let's see. Sakaki Onsai says, Dominique dox Supergirl and Chronic Karen. Rando number 9 says, the cosplay thought cries in pain as she doxes you. Finfrog says, Chronic Karen got called at work. Phone number which wasn't public info. I don't know how they got it. I guess that's the question. Some of the stuff you'd have to commit a crime to get, and if you do, that's obviously wrong. Talbot Link says, I'm not a guy who shills. True. Talk up your merch more. Yeah, you can find a link to the merch store down in the description. There's some scrolling merch that runs below the show. Check it out if you like it, buy it. If you don't. Cypher Warrior says, Tax Day featuring Ty Beard as the Duke. We've got Gengio says, thoughts are wailing in the streets. That's WHALING. Architect of Fate says, when do we get the Thad story, Drexel? Not tonight because it's late. I'm trying to get through these.
Right.
Talbot Link says, you guys are giving me very bad ideas to draw. Sonic the Hedgehog says, Nick, after the stream, you have to see the Flash Gets video on Space Marines fighting furries. It's right here on YouTube. Oh, I've seen it. I've watched it several times. Avenge me, brother!
Oh.
Bad Dragonite says, all the furry autists here seem to here to see something awful. Daryl says, Flash Gets did the animation. They're awesome. Tillip says, Des Tiny genuinely wants to harm conservatives. Yeah, he made a weird statement about that recently. Quietness says Josh needs to teach Drexel about beauty of K.
Oh God,
Cooking with K.
that's a reference to Kay's cooking. Kay is a woman from Middle England, and she is just the worst cook ever.
Oh.
Unbelievably bad. It's
You
like
get good
I
recipes
think
from-
I think her mother grew up during the First World War, and she grew up during the second, or like her grandmother was the First World War, her mom was the Second World War. So all she knows how to cook are like these ration recipes, like and her pot is like this a vintage World War One ration pot made out of like cheap metal and shit, and it's just she uses her stovetop for like a cutting board, and everything she makes is just disgusting looking, and it's fantastic. We have bingo for her, and when I watch her with my fans, I pull up a bingo card and we watch a video and we try to get bingo because she has consistent themes in it. Like she always wears a Metallica shirt. She always starts the video by saying, "Hi, people." She always uses margarine. She uses like pounds and pounds of margarine because
Gross.
her son hates butter for some reason, but loves margarine by like the pound. And
Opposite
she
of
doesn't
Paula
make
Deen.
she doesn't make anything from scratch, and she always is. You just gotta watch it. Just Google Kay's cooking or cooking with Kay and watch any video. It's fantastic.
That sounds horrible.
Ugh.
It's great.
Rusko, Drexel. Feeder. He's a feeder.
Who?
I mean, he just told you about all that great food.
Oh, you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on.
poor
He's a
Josh.
feeder.
Poor Josh.
Don't you just want to eat straight margarine, Drexel?
It's
The evidence is clear.
the only thing I ever ate straight up like that was cookie dough. I used to get packs of cookie dough and eat.
Ooh, I tried to eat a tube of cookie dough. That's not a good idea because you can't pound that down in one sitting. It gets funky in the fridge after you open.
True. Yeah, you got about 2 hours after you open it to down it.
Yeah, because the end starts getting hard. And,
Yeah. Once it gets hard, it's bad.
yeah, not good.
The freezer burn. Yeah, you gotta like you just gotta do it.
You just gotta put down that whole pound.
Yeah, you just put down that pound of dough.
That's disgusting. Rusko Disco says, Josh, I got into programming recently, finding out I actually love it. How did you learn it? Hopefully you don't consider HTML/CSS coding. Wish me luck.
No, HTML and CSS are not programming languages. They are I don't even know how to describe it. They're just like an interface. Programs use that HTML and CSS and then programmatically generate things with it. So it's kind of like a script. They're not even really that.
I mean, you
It's
could
just-
say that about anything with a compiler.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
There's a specific word for it. It's not programming. But he clarified that no, it's not programming. He's probably doing JavaScript. JavaScript is what's really big right now. I got into programming very young because when I was like 12, I played a game called Blockland, and Blockland had a very robust scripting backend for it, so you could change the game any way you wanted. And there was just shit that I wanted to see in the game, so I just made it. And Torque script was based off of C#, and eventually I made very complicated game modes for this game by the time I was like 15, 16, and said, you know what, I really wanted a website for my game. I wanted to have like a high score table, and I wanted to show information publicly, so if you go to the site, you'll see stuff about the game as it's happening, no matter where you are. And from that, I learned MySQL and PHP and JavaScript and all that stuff. And by the time I was 17 or 18, I had a working knowledge of programming languages that let me get a job like right out of high school.
That's awesome.
I mean,
no college needed, none of that. Like secondaries,
No, I got my AA when I was like 25, just because my mom pushed me into this program where I was taking college courses to complete high school credit. And I never completed either technically. So eventually I was just like, you know what? I'm like 4 classes from getting my AA. I might as well complete them and get some grant money while I do it. So I did. But if you want to get into programming, I'm not a teacher, but what I would say is think of something you want, that you actually want, and figure out how to make it. And that inquisitiveness will guide you in a practical way to making what you want, and you'll learn a lot in the process. And eventually, when you do make it, when you get the bare minimum working, you'll be like, this is kind of shit. I want to make it better. And that's like the root, the root of the tree of learning how to do software.
I have a BA and a JD, but a lot of people on Twitter tell me I need AA. So
You thought of that like 5 minutes ago in the middle of my spiel, and you saved that shit.
I thought about it the first time you said you had an AA like an hour and a half ago. I missed it. I'm like, I missed the window. I missed the window.
Like a ninja just sitting on it.
Yeah. Patient assassin. Andrew War Snowboard says, Spectrum Internet made me miss 70 minutes live. Well, that was rude. Sue him. Bad Dragonite says, Drexel going after them African pygmies. Bros. TLJ Screwjob says, so when you smash a BBW, are you able to see the D go in and out? Or do the fat rolls jiggling around make it impossible?
Wow.
That's nasty.
Wow.
Is that your final answer?
That's the final answer.
Okay. Tom 531 Cat. There's so many statements that can go on a t-shirt. Her hand game is fierce, not taken out of context. A gentle smiling face on a true back of t-shirt. On true back of t-shirt. There you go. Heat Neat says, as an autistic man, I will never know the experiences. If the experience of tapping fat women, at least I have Warhammer 40K. That's good job. That's all you need, brother. Chris Dager says, hell yeah, Drex, that was amazing. Laugh so hard. Parochial Joe says, Drexel's famous BBW smash wouldn't be Rosie O'Donnell. What if I slap a schlong on her?
Rosie doesn't even like men.
Well, I mean, but she might. You could tame that beast.
Though, well, you know how I feel about so-called
why did
lesbians.
you get the inquisitive look when I said you could tame that beast?
Look, I view lesbians as a sort of challenge. I mean, because a lot of them aren't even lesbians. So, yeah, it's all a crap test for them.
There you go. It's all a ruse. Joshua Bailey says, pledged you on New Project 2. Can you send a Discord invite when you get a chance? Yeah, buddy, send me an email with the email address you use for New Project 2 so I can follow it and fix it. The Flame Silver Hunter says, when the lawsuit? We'll see. We'll see. Super Captain Chris says, how much money to make Drexel my new best friend? Do you do paid best friends?
I mean,
do you do the friend experience?
Yeah. They got the girlfriend experience. They got the friend experience. Yeah, that'll be the new hustle.
Well, they got the black friend experience. That's the free. That's the end pass.
The black friend experience.
Oh yeah, you got that. Wait, have you guys heard about the what is it? There's like the cuddle parlors in Japan, things like that.
No.
Oh, that's an old thing. There's an entire Vice documentary.
Yeah.
About the parlor, and it's so weird. It contains one of the weirdest moments ever caught on camera, where the guy's laying down with this woman. And it's the whole, like, the girlfriend, or not a girlfriend experience, but like the companionship in bed experience, I guess. And he's talking to her. He's like, how do you feel about this? And he's like, do you have a boyfriend? And she's like, no, of course not. And then he's like, she says, just, I think, like, without being prompted, she's like, no, I don't have a boyfriend. And when I see happy couples at Christmas time, I want them to die. And he's like, okay, that's enough of that.
Wow.
And he just gets the
It was creepy, man. Like, Josh, did you ever have that feeling that, like, with all the social media and just, the internet age, like, as people become more disconnected from, like, physical, face-to-face interaction, like, it's kind of getting to that point where that's how, like, lonely people are, is like, I'll pay for company, for human interaction.
Yeah. See, I don't know if I could. The thing that gets me is, it's like, if you have to pay for something, it's not genuine. So I don't know what people get out of it, unless they are, like, so unfathomably isolated socially that even paid for company is a suitable alternative. Because I can't imagine the fulfillment from it.
What if you pay for it and then let it go and see if it comes back?
Let what go?
What you pay? Oh, thanks.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get the reference.
We're moving moving that on. Thank you.
I think somebody short-circuited my brain. I'm just sitting here staring at my screen like, what the fuck?
All Out of Bubblegum says the Texas Shane Chair Massacre. Y says Hermione's Patronus took the form of an otter, and she got recast as black in the plays. There you go.
Really?
Actually, I think what J.K. Rowling came out and basically said Hermione is black.
Oh,
Dude, I know that, and what pissed me off is I told my mom that, and she like dug into the fucking book and was like, "Look, here's
there's a part of the book where it says like that she's white."
No, that she says that she has really fair skin, and she gets a sunburn in one of the fucking books because they're outside, and her skin dark or pinks because she gets a mild sunburn. It's like black people don't get fucking sunburns.
Yeah, it's fake.
Drexel
Well, didn't they say Grindelwald or whatever was like gay with whoever else? Like, I'm not a Harry Potter guy. Like, I heard that, and I was like, really?
Gay with
Should I, like retroactively go back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just like
It's lame.
She's just taking like a hacksaw to her own shit, and it's funny because I watched the magical adventures of Grindelwald or whatever the fuck with somebody, and we're just like, this is the most awful piece of shit ever. It's so boring and nothing ever happens, and it makes you wonder, like, how did she make books that people liked? Because she seems utterly incompetent now.
Because she had an editor.
Do you think it was all just editing? Somebody put it together correctly?
Hey,
they edited out all the dumb shit.
Yeah. Or she just lose her fastball, because that can happen too. Like you're creative for a period of time, and you have this rush of creativity, and then like later on, like after you lose that, like that major story, after that's like, so what else do you got? It's like, yeah.
Well, I mean, editing made Memento.
Correct.
Editing made Star Wars, and I'm wondering, is she like a George Lucas, somebody who's like a creative mind but isn't very organized or intelligent when it comes to decision making? So you need professionals to help you with that shit.
Correct.
Because there's a fucking thing where somebody caught her off guard at like a book signing or something. It was like, do wizards have toilets? And she was like, before the muggle toiletry came in, they would simply make their shit vanish. They would
shitting all over the place.
They would shit like an Indian on a designated shitting street, and then make it disappear with magic before the muggles came along and showed them toilets.
Why wouldn't you just disappear it right out of your lower intestine?
Right.
I guess you miss your like Twitter time or whatever if you do that.
If you 10 minutes. I don't know. If you fuck up, you could like disappear your appendix, so it's safer just to shit first.
Talbot Link says Drexel can turn anything sexual. Dude, I used to know someone that identified as a Tesco with tits. There's weird stuff out there. I don't know what that means.
Very weird.
A gas station with boobs? I'm okay.
Oh, Tesco gas station. Oh yeah, okay. Now I got it. Weird. Kami4242 says, this is $5 to help jumpstart Drexel's stand-up career. That 2.5 some BBW segment was way better than anything you'll hear on Comedy Central nowadays. There you go.
Is Comedy Central that bad now?
Oh.
Is it that bad?
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Was they like full SJW?
They got that fucking Don Olive. Who the fuck is Don Lemon? Sorry,
I don't acknowledge that guy.
Lemons and olives in my fucking head for some reason.
Don Lemon is on Comedy Central now?
I thought he was the host of the Tonight Show.
Is he thinking of Trevor Noah?
The Daily Show.
Trevor Noah?
He's thinking of Trevor Noah, I think, right?
Yeah, he looks similar to Don Lemon.
Yeah.
He does look a little similar. Like
I'm not that racist. I'm just an idiot.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He's just all black people,
right? Yeah, they all look alike.
Just for those of you just tuning in, we've got Don Lemon or Trevor Noah on the show here too. Just so you know.
Well, I was going to say this. I was waiting for the right time to say it. It's like, it's nice to see the blackface lawyer's black face. And it's nice to know that the blackface lawyer's black face looks like Samuel L. Jackson.
Okay, let's see. Automata says, someone put out a condom box that takes 2 people to open. Probably more gimmick than product, but it's out there now. That's just, you're not creative enough if you need 2 people to open any kind of box.
But what if you just put like a gun on her and like tell her, open the box?
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to say that joke. SM Scorx 89 says RT equals Rooster Teeth. Nick, thank you. Hilarious says, Nick, after saying that you're legally obligated to look up Russell with hook Russell up with this chick. Are you saying I should hook Russell up with M? That's rude.
Ew.
that's M's personal hell.
Maybe they're talking about Dominique.
Maybe.
We'll just go with that.
Oh,
We'll go
yeah,
with
I think that might be true. I think that might be true. V. Yui Samadare, a detective, says, who would win Drexel versus Vic by getting girls and fight too?
Vic would always win with girls, only because of that's just the nature of women. If you have status, if you have, if you're more famous. Harvey Weinstein was
you're
luckier
9 feet
than me.
taller than Vic, though.
Yeah, but when you got money or you got status, like I said, Harvey Weinstein can get more women than me, even now. He's like, I'm Harvey Weinstein, looking horrible with that weird looking eye. Harvey Weinstein looks terrible.
Whatever happened to living a brother with a bus pass?
Right? So yeah, I mean, you can always skate as long as you've got money. Celebrity or money or what. Yeah, so because I've had women say that, like, I can get more guys, you can get girls. It's like, but that's not saying something. In order to have an even playing field, you'd have to say who gets more, a famous man or your average female. That's actually a more even playing field.
Yeah, it's like you can get as many guys as you want, but could you get Harvey Weinstein? That is the ultimate, because you see Harvey Weinstein, he has his pick of the litter.
He does.
But have you seen those pictures of him, Drexel, where he's with Emma Watson? Speaking of Harry Potter, and he's like controlling her. He's got both hands on her and is like guiding her body through the crowd.
I haven't seen that.
And she just looks like her brain is offline and she's in like a drone mode. Where,
look, man, it might be that MK Ultra. She might be a government asset.
Like she's just letting Harvey Weinstein, control her for the time being, and it's really fucking unsettling. Like, just seeing those pictures made me think, like, yeah, all these people are fucked up.
I'll look it up now that you say it. I'll Google Harvey Weinstein plus Emma Watson and see what pops up.
It should be the top result, and it's unsettling. There's like 4 or 5 different shots, and she just looks out of it, and he's like the grossest pot-belly pig human to ever exist. And
yeah,
he looks like Ganon.
The Russell Greer hookup was for your brother's ex, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. We'll do that. Okay, Y says, is Drexel's brother Mundane Matt? He also had a meth head stripper girlfriend at one point. No, shockingly, there's not much family resemblance there. Schwans Gruberman says, Josh is lying. He's married to a buxom culinary queen called Kay from England. He would often remark how he would enter the kitchen and say, hi, Kay, and I'm back smashing again. Lil Poo Poo says,
that's obscene. That's untasteful. That's unbecoming of you, super chatter.
Now, Josh, you've answered questions candidly and honestly all throughout this stream, and I hope you do the same here. Lil Poo Poo says, Josh, monthly bill spent on feeding.
Oh, geez. Let's see. Things here are cheap, so you get away, like, you get your $4 a day.
That's what he's thinking about it.
Yeah, it's only $120. You can sustain somebody for very cheap overseas. I recommend it if you have the capacity to go overseas to expand your feeding options. Do so.
There you go. Y says, Game of Tyrones, a bunch of women compete to sit on the throne. Gross. Mundane Matt's Boulder says, Drexel effing trainees needs to be on Know Your Meme and needs a Kiwi Farm page. Let's see. Blaine20 says, found Roberts FB, Dom's hubby. It's official. He's a beta. Architect of Fate says, how many bronies are being cast for Game of Tyrones? Is the subtitle We Was Kangs or Wakanda Forever?
Nice.
We'll have to determine that in post. Waifu Sans Frontier says, hey, M, I don't want to be that guy, but why is distributing a shooting okay, but CP isn't? There are reasonable exceptions to every rule. Someone who disagrees with doxing is following the same logic when they advocate using it against heinous criminals.
The thing about I think I mentioned this the last time I was on when I was talking specifically about the shooting. The law that they're using to punish people for distributing or even just downloading and watching the video is the same law they use to control child pornography, which is why I always tell people, if you ever see a law in Congress or in your parliament that's something about helping kids, always be fucking skeptical of that shit, because they will pass the most egregious fucking violations of your personal rights under the guise of doing it for the kids. You have to be really fucking careful, because it's complete bullshit and people fall for it constantly.
I agree.
Yeah, but I'll tell you the answer why distributing a shooting is okay, but child porn isn't. In the United States, it's legal to distribute a shooting video. It's not illegal, or it's not legal to distribute child porn.
Well, that's the legal answer, but the rationale behind it is that allowing child pornography to circulate creates a black market, which enables exploitation in countries with poor governments that can't combat it effectively. So the best choice is to make it, so dangerous in first world countries that money doesn't end up going towards these studios in overseas countries. Whereas, I mean, what happens? You distribute this video, and there's not going to be like a black market for mosque shootings. It's a completely different ideological thing, and I mean, maybe they're afraid that more people are going to be encouraged by this video. I think that's the thought.
I mean, that was the thought, that it would be used for propaganda or whatever. But here's the problem: is that it was used for propaganda, even though they tried to stop it, and it would be. There's not a stop, and I mean, to me, there's a vast difference in the market impact that you're talking about. It's far more likely that you will create a child pornography victim because other governments have much different rules about this stuff.
It's sort of the directness of it. If we allow the propagation of this material, then yes, it absolutely, positively, 100% would enable these studios to benefit from child exploitation. Does this video create more shooters? You could argue it, but you can't say beyond the shadow of a doubt 100% that somebody will be inspired by this video to shoot up a mosque.
Right? We don't have data on it at all.
Yeah, it's a completely different kind of like philosophical ballpark. And, you would hope, depending on who you are, you would hope that nobody would be inspired to kill more people. But, I just get the feeling that if somebody was going to shoot up a mosque, this video isn't going to persuade them either way. You know what I mean? Like, if you're already that kind of person, I don't think this tape is going to be the one that's like, yeah, you know what, I can do that.
There you go. Okay, we got to get through this because I really got to go to the bathroom. Higara says, at Null, we need Dobson mad at the internet. Also show toes. Feels good always. 990 says, thanks for reading the chat, even though it was $19.99. Here's the rest plus some extra. Thank you. Stupid MF, thanks for the donation. TLJ Screwjob says, and for Monica and Jamie, I hope you now know what you publicly said happened to you wasn't sexual assault like Soye and Amanda and the rest of Kick Vic has said. If you go back on it with, I didn't want to hurt him, so I said that instead, good luck. Stupid MF says, question for Drexel, what's your opinion on Devil's Three Ways? MMF. Is sharing, caring, or is it a form of cuckery?
Okay, there's a couple things you can be. You can be a cuck, or you can be a stag. Be a stag. Don't ever be a cuck.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. Internet Tab says, doxing like a gun is a tool. Are you going to ban all guns because some people get shot? Thomas Arena says, do you watch The Dragon Prince and Cobra Kai? No, I don't. I've no time for any TV. No One Important says, my name is Tony Stark and I'm not afraid of you. It's just you and me. On the off chance you're a man, here's my home address. Iron Man 3. CE Collins 68 says, lol, Drex, have you ever been to a cuddle party?
A thing?
Olron 1 says, proof that Hermione isn't black. The covers.
Yeah, she's white in all the depictions.
Well, I mean, that's just a racist artist. Bad Player says
That make it rolling approved.
it's a thin line between auteur and autist. 1991 Shadowheart says, hey, Nick, just joined the stream. Heard any news about Monica getting kicked from Toei? A YouTuber named Perfection did an upload on it. Keep up the work, mate. Aussie, 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 Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. I would take anything Perfection posts with a grain of salt. That guy has some really clickbaity titles and doesn't ever seem to back it up. But, you know, I mean, I don't know his info sources. I have no idea, but I'm suspicious. Full Metal DBZ, thanks for the chats. Fried Bacon says, for the hypocrites out there, how about instead of doxing criminals, why don't you just report them to the authorities? I don't know if any hypocrites want to answer that. Sometimes part of reporting them to the authorities is doxing them.
Right.
Like you, if they're anonymous online.
I have reported people to the police before.
What was that?
I have reported people to the police before.
Yeah, I almost never do because I'm a defense attorney. That's just
I do it anonymously.
There you go.
So that nobody can ask me questions and they leave me alone.
Derp Kerblurp says the doxing argument is similar to gun control. Should a thing be illegal simply because some people choose to use it to do bad things? And Waifu Sans Frontiers says, you completely missed the point of my question. I'm saying the same rationale for stopping the proliferation of child porn can be used by a person with a dox of a kitty fiddler who would normally be against doxing.
What?
So this is why I just go for the Occam's razor thing, where it's just like it's always fine. Stop worrying about it. It's always fine.
Yeah. So I'm trying to noodle through this statement. The same rationale for stopping the proliferation of child porn, which is that more proliferating child porn creates victims, could be used by a person with the dox of a kitty fiddler who would normally be against doxing. That I guess if you don't dox that person, then you're creating victims. I
don't know. The word doxing there could be replaced with vigilante homicide, but and still I think it would carry a more effective meaning. Like that's a very like personal mind frame I think he's describing.
Well, I think the problem is that doxing encompasses this huge umbrella of things, right? Because there's doxing of naming someone who's been anonymous. There's doxing of gathering public data that's available in several places into one place. And then there's doxing of gathering private data that's not available and putting that out there. And it's all under the same term. And
that never happens. Like if something is gathered, it's already public. Now, usually if somebody were to hack it,
because like people who steal credit card info from a company that hasn't published and has a duty not to publish that info.
Different though, because
I'm saying that still would be considered doxing.
There was that general term, but for instance, there was a breach of Patreon, and the whole schema of who was donating to who and email addresses for creators and for patrons were leaked. And we used some of these email addresses to find out the identities of some people. There was one in particular, the secret gamer girl person, who is a bearded Santa Claus potbelly man.
Man, why are you getting me another ethics complaint?
But the point is that we found out who he was specifically because of the Patreon leak. Now, the leak itself was criminal hacking. But once that information is out there, it's public and it can be used legally and republished legally. And that's where the thing, like the taking private information, like the fappening where all the celebrities had their nudes leaked, that hack is the criminal act.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. But people, I'm saying that people lump those together. You're talking about a subsequent usage of the information.
Yeah.
And that's included in the phrase too. I'm saying that doxing is such a broad term because it encompasses so many different things. And some of them are clearly worse than others. We
specifically usually refer to just the assimilation of already public information when we talk about it. So I don't know. People have like their own definitions for stuff. I can't specifically address that.
Yeah, there you go. And that's fine. Akasit, there are 2 chats left, and then we're going to finish the stream. Akasit says, you've already lost if you try to argue against a law to protect my children. The only valid way forward, in my opinion, is to argue that the government must recognize the social contract that individual rights are not to be infringed, alas, falls on deaf ears. Right? I mean, we know how that goes.
Right.
Once you warn the moms about the children, your whatever you like is gone.
Yep.
Bob Newbie, Lord of Noobs, says, Drex, here's for Bridget and the Black Throne. Thank you. All right, guys, we've gone 4 hours. I think that's sufficient.
Oh, I do got something to say to Josh real quick though.
Oh, what's up?
Josh, I looked up Harvey Weinstein, Emma Watson. You were right.
It's creepy as fuck.
Extremely
Right?
creepy.
She looks like a doll or
She
something.
does.
It's very.
Nick,
It's
I'll show you the
unsettling.
pictures, man. It's bad.
I've seen him, but
Have you?
I'll look again just because I like looking
it's
at
creepy.
that Harvey Weinstein face.
Yeah, I can't look at his face either, but it's very creepy.
He does look like Ganon. That's such a great.
He does. I'm looking
He
at the
looks
picture.
like a pig
It's like-
monster.
All right. Well, to my guests, don't leave just yet. We'll say goodbye right after we sign off. To the chat, thank you for watching and participating. I hope you got all of your questions answered. And if not, next time. Did you guys want to say anything or plug the Kiwi Farms or anything like that?
No. If you're there, you already know why you're there. You're in that fucking Weeb Wars thread, looking at things that are highly illegal by certain people's definition of legal. So I don't need to advertise it. You'll come anyways.
I was asked to give a shout out to Null, who wants you all to know to remember that culture wars are retarded. And also to Sneasel, fuck you. All right, that's all I have to say.
All right, thanks. And last chat, I'm going to say it with the lights off. Waifu San Frontier says most nations have laws waiving confidence if a professional bound by confidentiality discovers that the person has feelings for children. I only have 250 characters to pose these questions, guys. Give me the benefit of the doubt. You have all the benefit of the doubt. We'll see you guys later. Thanks, chat. Talk to you soon.
Thanks for coming in, Josh.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Bye.